Well, hello. And hello there. Welcome. Ah, wrong button. Sorry about that. Hey there, Real Zamir. Hello there, Kobolds and Knights. Hope we're all doing good. Welcome on in, everyone. And let's just get that game started up in the background already. And while we share Saturday Bolt's joke of the day. And what do you call cheese by itself? Provolone. That one is acceptable. That one still would make sense. That's a classic pun. Provolone. Hope you all doing good. So today we're going to be making a lot of computer parts, at least hopefully. So we got the silica now. Yeah, we're needing to. We'll make the chip factory, and we send it all into the sink. And then we'll get our hands on some ramped up plastic production. And oh, look at that! I literally forgot one of my drinks. Oh well, I'll go fetch it later. There, and remember, kids, thank you, Matt. There we go. There we go. Oh. Starts up too soon. I forgot to put another thing on here that I need to have in the background. Terribly sorry, everyone. Very embarrassing, isn't it? Silly streamer, man. Been at this for a year, you should know already. Man, I need to get more RAM for this machine or another one. Because yeah, this game is currently the game runs fine, right? Stream runs fine. Trying to run anything else in the background at the same time, just gibberish. Almost there. You know what? That's good enough. That should work now. Excellent. So, like I said, we did last time. So we did all of these, and we could double the iron ingot production. We'll look at the decorating of the area first. Once we've then figured out, do we or do we not, in fact, want to make more ingots? Because we could. The easiest path. They go through like less than a stack a minute. And we're bringing the invite train. We're gonna have a whole lot of like ingot production happening here, and then deliver them somewhere else. We'll look into that. Quick look see at the map here. We then open up our resources for more, and I like these. So there we have. Okay, we do have a pure Caterium. Yeah. I'll put like right there. We need more Caterium. And it's close enough to that road. So we might have to then spaghettify that. Hide it inside the road. Grab some of the sulfur directly from this pure sulfur node. And then have on the southern side of the road, similar to this thing, but a giant facility which does leach to Caterium. Because we need the water, we need the sulfur. And I think that's about it. No, iron plates, perhaps. But that is, yeah, easier to import. And then if we do that, we can also see about making batteries. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So, with what we have now, we have 270 units of copper sheets. And we have a look-see here at the circuit board recipe. We are making the silicon circuit board. So it's 27 to makes 12. 12.5 is the number. Then 2.5, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 12 times 22.5. Well, let's make it 13 then. Then we go past. Yeah, we got 300 ingots. Well, I guess we're just putting in 2 more of these, eh? One step that way. No, very good one, Akira. Thanks for the looking, and I hope you enjoy the escaping. Do 2 steps down, then we'll 1, 2. We try it again, we do this stroly-poly. Then we take down the nut, we take 2 steps down, so they're inside each other. And voila. And lo, just came to pass. Yeah, I'm glad I extended it in the way I did. There we go. Then it's easy to extend these fields that way. Yeah, so now we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it'll be 14. So 14 times 22.5, 315. So we could down underclock 1 so that it doesn't have the stuttering of turning on and off again. Or we could underclock one of these to make 15 more. Overclock. And 37.5 plus 15 would be a grand total of 40, 50, 52.5. And there should be an excess of water in the pipes, so that's A-okay. So now we have more than 300 of these, and more than an entire belt's worth of those. So yeah, that means 24 machines. So that was 300 divided by 2.5. No. 12.5. Yes, exactly 24. Except we, of course, we have now 315 would be 25.2. Well, quick looks here. What all can we make with our sweet and delicious and lovely little coppery McSheeties? Well, if I look at the copper sheet here, the answer is we need some for the AI limiters as well. Then hecking-tastic. So we're already making a little bit extra. Then making more will be easy enough. We just make more ingots. There you go. So a computer chip factory would then be needing this one and this one's inputs. These inputs are flowing in this direction. These can all be rotated so they come out from here. But for now, this thing works. So this will be part one of the actual the fruity factory. For that, I think it'll be more fun to see if we can have a little bit of separation. So we do it this way. We do it like that. Doesn't have to be too crazy. Now, 24, it sounds like a number we can divide. Can we though? Let's see, 24 divided by 4 would make 6. Okay, 6 by 6. So we could do it... And they're made with the assembler, so it's not too big. So I was wondering, like, do we make a tall building or a wide building? I kind of want to go tall just because we can. And this be fun. You can make these little towers of production. I would like to leave at least a full foundation on all sides. I think could be best because we're gonna need those catwalks anyway. You know, it's a factory without a catwalk. That is 1, 2. Do these actually like clip into each other just a little bit? No, but almost. And they have the stairs up, but only on one side, so technically you'd want a bit of space in between, eh? You automate the silicon circuit board. Voila. That should actually be pretty centered. There. So the idea is to have 3 of these and just go tall. Might be a bit of a slim but yet tall building. So this will be the circuit tower, and then using these we can then, you know, just make it taller if we need to. If we want to. Because, well, why wouldn't we? And with that, We would then need the glories of the splitter. You know, sure, let's do it that way. I find that one more acceptable. Do you have a catwalk connection? Some of these do. But not this one. At least it admits to nothing. It's got those little stairs there. There you go. So, to let us hover a little better. It's otherwise good, but no. Good or better. So then we do the merger, but right here and the middle. Assuming Astronauts 1.0 revisit after the Pal World and Satisfactory are done. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I was thinking that we'll try to get the Phase 5 and stuff done, sort of, well, at least to the point that we can get the Golden Nut achievement, hopefully next week. I mean, we should be there. We're like almost halfway to the Golden Nut already. And finishing Phase 5 is something I'm pretty sure I could do in one stream by just like putting... Because we have like a lot of stuff in the like storage and whatnot. That's why I like having buffers. You know, everything building, like making all kind of stuff, always having a backup storage, because then you can always just, you know, by hand feed into other machines, and then voila, phase gets done. And we might then be revisiting this one for architecture stuff, and we might be doing a new Satisfactory run at some point. Okay, there was a sort of multiplayer world thing I was invited to that's still in the works. So that'll be also a fun one. But astronauts will, yeah, definitely next week we'll be doing some more astronauting. It's 100% going to happen. I might have also bought Quasimorph. Because, and now this is honestly one of these things like that I was shocked. I was like actually properly like watched people play the game here, but because I realized Quasimorph is one of my dream games. I've literally been trying to design something extremely similar to Quasimorph in the back of my head. Like, you know, I have so many game ideas, but this I actually have notes for and everything, and trying to figure out how would I do that and this, and I just suddenly just had this epiphany of like, oh, someone's already made it. That's beautiful. That's amazing. had a similar idea of like of having your. So mine was more magic with some sci-fi in it. You know, going through space, going to places, and you're more. And this one has to do with the whole necromancer, build your own minion kind of thing. With that one, you have your clones, but mine was all like you harvest body parts and build your own monstrosities for the missions. But mechanically, very close, and I'm like really excited because I'm like, oh man, because that was an example of I was trying to design a game that I wanted, right? A game with the guaranteed minimum audience of 1, which is what you should do for all your like product design if you intended to make something to sell, because other people, you're not that special. Someone else will very much, a lot of other people will enjoy the same things you enjoy, as we can see with Quasimorph, because I sort of just realized like, wait, this is actually it. This is mechanically the game I really wanted. I'm like, oh, I'm really excited. Quasimorph is cool. But on the list way back, looks like they hit 1.0 recently. Yeah, it did, and it's on sale still for a little while. And because I also own Stone Shard, and they're in a bundle, so I got the bundle discount. Because I love this is a wonderful thing about Steam. Steam doesn't try to maximize the profit. It'll like, okay, we have one like bundle discount, because if you buy it with Stone Shard. I already have the Stone Shard, well, I can still get the bundle discount, even if I only buy the one game. And on top of that, you get there's the launch discount they have going on right now. It's, you know, they keep on cursing, damn you Steam, you have a monopoly. It's like, no, Steam is okay with not making the maximum profit. And that makes all the customers happy, which means then they have loyal customers, and that's why they have market dominance. Not monopoly. There's a difference between market dominance and monopoly. They absolutely have market dominance, 100%, but not a monopoly, because there are things they don't sell, which is then you find on itch.io, good old games and so on. And they do not interfere with each other in any way. If anything, they support each other, because you can buy through good old games, even like Steam keys and so on. So yeah, not monopoly. I just find the whole monopoly thing just hilarious. And the bundles are so good. I know that there's still the traditional package depending on the publisher, sometimes both options. Yeah, lol. Yeah, because in the end, yeah, Steam is just a store. Nothing, yeah. People say, why would Steam do this? And like, Steam had nothing to do with these sales decisions. They're just a store. You don't, go blaming your local, like, shoe store for something Nike did, The publishers make the choices. Steam is just like the middleman to make sure the product gets from the publisher to you. Not like Unreal, who wants to have, Epic Game Store. Well, the management. I mean, the Epic Game Store is cool. Lots of good games there, and lots of fantastic people working there. It's just the upper management, as usual, who have these ideas like, no, we want to claim other people have monopoly because they're stopping us from having a monopoly where we control both the engine and the game and the store. Steam's all like, no, we just store, that's it. Now the operating systems, the Apples and the Windows, Microsofts are getting a little funny, so they're like, let's make a Linux version so we don't have to deal with all of that noise. And now that will be the operating system of the future. The OS wars has been between Microsoft, Windows, and Apple OS, and that's gonna have a resurgence in the near future. I guarantee it. Plus, recent updates how family share works. Crazy lol, how some both spend more and less money at the same time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, just good old rebalancing. That's just business. It happens. People try to make Steam. See, it feels like they want to make cool stuff work, but in the end, they are still a company. They need to make the profit, but they just want to make profit. They don't need to make all the profit. That's the difference. They're still a for-profit company, as far as I know, yeah? And that's what they do. And they do it well. And let's hope that it remains as a not a pub, because I do believe Stevie is not publicly traded. Hence why they can also do whatever they want, because that is actually a curse. It's not necessarily that they're bad managers and leaders in other companies. It's that there is a giant trap, which is known as becoming a publicly traded company. There's so much, business culture emphasis on like how this is a good thing. You're gonna make so much more money. People will invest in your company. The company can grow, and all of that is true. But all of those, no one is giving you money. Every single investment needs to be paid back with interest. So they're loans. So in fact, a lot of humongous companies are kind of in massive debts, and that's why they have to maximize the profits, because they need to pay the bills. And now in between point A and point B, there's a lot of people making a lot of money. Very true. But it's one of those like systemic motivator kind of things. That's why publicly traded is a death sentence for the very concept of morality kind of thing. Devolver Digital is going back to privately owned versus publicly traded. Don't quote me. Understandable, because the game industry got too big. I think being publicly traded in the games industry was a good thing for many years. But the games industry is insanely huge. People are saying, oh no, games are dead, the games industry is taking a big hit. And like, nope, games are just doing massively good. There's millions of dollars being made all the freaking time. The only ones taking a hit is the publicly traded companies, and that's also mostly because of dodgy math. Because as we see with large companies, they will have a report like, oh no, they made like losses. They lost money or something. And then if you look at the actual details, nope, no losses were made, because they're still a profitable company. In fact, they make millions of profits. But because of how they work on planning for the future and projections. And they were betting on, now I think we can make, we only made like 100 million profits, but we were hoping to make 200 million profits, and that's why we shall now report that we made 100 million loss, because we pulled this goal out of our ass, the magic number of 500 million. I mean, we only made, half of that. It's still all profit. They're just making hundreds of millions of money, but because publicly traded stocks are based on these projections, because they project that we're going to make so much profits, so everyone invests their money, then they didn't make quite that much, and then people are like, no, so they pull their money back, because it's gambling. It's all about gambling on promises of theoretically making this much money, and then reality making only this much money, which is kind of fucked up. Like, I understand the stock game, that's fine. But that is also then driving how companies themselves work, rather than a company being like, hey, yo, we're profitable, we're doing good, it's all okay, A-okay, which you can do when you're privately owned. Because then it's like, well, can we pay all the bills? Do we have still money left for like future investments? Yes, we're golden. Because that's what a privately owned company like Steam can do. Whereas I think Epic and Unreal are publicly traded, so they have to go with these projections, and it's hype bubble into hype bubble. Because they have to do it. Because they're in so much debt because of all the investments, and they need more investments. It's because it's a different game that they're playing, and that leads to shenanigans, like suing people for having a monopoly, even though they 100% don't, like in zero definitions. All the suing means is like, what? In fact, like, okay, fine, they don't have a monopoly, we're just butthurt. Because they're making the money I wanted to make. How dare you be more profitable than me? It's one of those weird things. And I think that also leads to some of these weird logical leaps and so on that leads to these things where you'll end up, where a company will end up like trying to like sue freaking Steam. Because their like sense of like values and normalcy has been like affected by this. Well, because of course it has. I mean, that's true for that's true for everyone. Well, you know what? The more that I look at this, the more and more I'm sort of okay with it. But then when I walk here on the catwalk, and the clipping is slightly less cool. When I look at it from afar, it looks good. It's it's very strange in these 3D games. So you really realize the difference between blueprints, looking and then looking for something from far away, and then actually walking inside the thing, and how it really affects the, well, I guess the term would be optics of the situation. How it all looks. Yeah. Alright, so do I want power to go back or to the front? Mm-hmm. Got lovely music in this game. Okay, because this is UL Synth Cave Flowers from the album Me and My Golf Cart by UL Synthholm or Synthholm. I wonder if if they make more music. UL Synthholm. I'm kind of tempted with having this here, but we'll see. One way of doing it would be, corner followed by that. And then it's one of these like, okay, cool, but why? Because it's nifty, that's why. Okay, I think these could be neat, but the problem is that we can't have them be quite as symmetrical as I'd like. So we'd have to have a pillar coming in. Yeah, there we go. So, look at the architecture, and here we find our dear new friend, lovely new friend, the beam of support. Well, the support of the beam. And we place one there, and we place one here, and we find our beam of choice. Let's have another look at these here shelf beams. Let's give it one more try. Now you are at a height of 4, so they'd be a height of 8. I don't get it, but I don't hate it. So it gets to live for now. That one's followed by the H beam. And then we do this. You know, no. How about we try something like this? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm kind of digging the whole like pre-catwalking everything. Where's the thing? There it is. How would you look here then? Doesn't clip through. I'd say that's a winner. Oh yeah, you gotta love that standardization. We do hum hum. And we fucked up. There we go. Mark CD, there we go. One, two, three, four. We have free 1, 2, 3, 5. We should be able to make it work. Let's see if we actually can. So we'll do blueprint till we find the... triple computer booper. I want there to be some space on the left. So we'll need one more set of foundations. Which of course means we apparently put down 2. Because whoops and all that. Oh, right, first we go here, we do clear. And then we go here, we do take. And we remove the thing. And we check out our blueprints, and here we find the the Mark CB or circuit board. And we mark it to get locked in. I was thinking we could do it this way, but seeing as we now can use a sort of pre-made piece like this, I still feel like we can give even more extra space here on the side. Then we check out our walls and we find the basic one, and we see if we can figure out how tall do we need to get. Also, I probably should have changed the floor types. Now, in a basic concrete here, nah, freak it. This is the food computer company. They're gonna have plastic floors. Oh, and tell me, chat, those of you who are feeling a bit more active. No need to interact if you don't want to, though. So we're gonna do astronauts next week. The next big automation game will be Captain of Industry. Quasimorph will be fun. But I was wondering, I was also given as a gift Sea of Stars, which is more, you know, inspired by Chrono Trigger and the old Final Fantasy VI and stuff. And that is a game I've been looking at for a while, because it is a, you know, Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite games of all time. Good old Super Nintendo. It's a fun game. It's got a beautiful world, excellent writing, and of course I have, like, I'm heavily wearing my good old nostalgia glasses whenever I enjoy that game. So I do know I'm affected by that. But how would y'all feel about me streaming that one, though? Would you like to see the old Hanno play something else that isn't just automation and or space adventures? Let's give him a little bit more extra space for this one, I think. But just because 3 is like the minimum doesn't mean we need to have the minimum size. But we need like some mild oppressiveness. It is a factory after all. And let's put that on the boat. I'll have to make an actual freaking schedule, don't I? There's too many games now. I can't just sort of play what I want when I want, when I feel like it. Might be a bit chunky, but should be a good time. I stay for 99.9% of things usually. Minimal spoiler worry since it's been out a while. Might be a dialogue heavy early. Well, I mean, I like reading the dialogue too, so yeah. Yeah, but I was thinking, so maybe we'll have a schedule and have like one day of the week dedicated for story, heavy games. There's a dismantle crate. Oh, right. Yeah, for sure, that chip away at it without you forgetting story beats, how the game work. Yeah. Because I know a lot of the people who turn up here turn up for the more of the automation and these kinds of games. I am very aware that I might have, painted myself into a corner here. That's okay, because it's a corner I enjoy. Well, we could also have a wall, like, here. That's interesting. How did we succeed at this? Oh, right, of course, because these are following the blueprint. The blueprint square is now what I'm looking at the grids here, and that means the center points have shifted. Very cool. Okay, so you gotta remember, if you add catwalks to blueprints, you gotta be careful. Because from end to end here, it's a catwalk to catwalk, but front to back, yeah, it's not a perfect grid shape. Alright, fair enough. So that way we could do this. So I think we might be able to get away with, let's see here, architecture. No. Walls, and from here we find like a gate hole. Or... no, not the gate. Where it is? No, not you either, but this one. Now look at you, mark you as always open. That'll be the import hole. Now, okay, now that wouldn't work because then we have to have one identical one on every floor, and that could look a little... No, let's make it work. Let's make that work. Because then we'll replace like this layer of foundations with catwalks. Now I wanted to do this because I just realized that these are getting a little tight, but just having like one foundation in between. But having two allows us for slightly more, a little bit more airiness, because this one is tall. And this one being closer to this one is fine, because this one will not be a tall building. This one will be a wide build structure, because we have to expand more, because we actually do need more of the copper sheets. We'll get to the AI limiters. Not quite as many as here, but still some. And who knows, maybe we'll just make insane amounts of AI limiters as well. Maybe. So that was 3. We needed 24, so this is going to be a tall building. Yes, excellent. I mean, you press H. And we put you there. And we'll put you there. I think the honeycomb is more looks more has that the feel of fruit computers. There we go. Nice sci-fi tech vibe. And here, because we have the 1 meter in between, I guess we'll just do a basic wall of around here. Unless we do like 1 meter walls. You know what? No, we'll do this for this one. Next building we'll be experimenting with what if we have the floors actually not be at the top of a wall, but see we have like small wall, 1 meter wall, and then big wall, and attached to the 1 meter wall we have these. So we have these an odd height essentially, But it should be fine. Going always open. Okay, here's a funny little question. What happens if I do this? And then I... Okay, so once there's something going through, it's stuck in always open mode. That's good. Because if we switch from here to switch to automatic, so it should be closing, but it isn't. Ah, interesting. I guess that thing is close enough. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So I kind of like the way these things look. So I like the gate holes for, you know, just bringing in your belts and stuff. Because sometimes having just a wall hole is a little, yeah. But these look pretty good. And they lean to that industrial scale feel of it, right? Because it's nice and just big, and it's got the warnings on the same signs and everything. And then we can make use of that. Well, these. Because we can have these be extending out a little bit. Yeah. Especially these two need to go. Meaning you actually go this way. Yes. No one should be able to get there, but we all know if we worked in ever been in places, if they just because someone shouldn't be able to get somewhere doesn't mean that they won't. So put a railing there as well, because this way you can be like this. No. Same idea. But like that, because then we can have like a belt that goes all the way, at least as far as possible, with splitters, right? Yeah. And you know, chat, it's gonna be fucking great. Same idea here. Because they're now sort of identically placed, so we can then have splitters, taking them out. We can even have... So I think we're gonna bring in the inputs down, bring them here, so we'll have a... I think we'll have to have a splitters right in front of that one and right in front of this one, so that these will be moving slightly further to the right on both of those, but we should hopefully be able to... Aim is to get them to fit through this hole here. Because then we can have these... catwalk also connect to this one, because they're still all in the same grid, not the global one but the road one. Well, because we built this one coming out of this one, we built into that one, building into this one, and then building into that one, so they're all in the same grid, meaning we should be able to get our catwalks to play nice, except for these ones. These are on their own wild lands. Alright, so we have 1, 2... And again, you know, momentary distraction. Now the brain says, do it. There's gonna have more windows on the sides. Like with the funny honeycomb everything. Feel like we could do 2 and 3. Nice and wonderful silly. And the silliness comes from it being a very, like, slim tower. Because we could have these next to each other, but we won't. It's more funny this way. And then we can have a... Heck, we could lead into what we did we're doing here. And also have, like, an opening. And so instead of having the floor holes, we just, you know, cut out the foundations here, put in some railings, and have that thing go into a lift with a merger, and they all merge together into one big... Yeah, you got me convinced, chat, we're doing it. And then the power comes in... somewhere. Good old, we'll fix it in post if necessary. Yeah, you can't stay there. So it's an 8 by... So we get an 8 by 5. Come on, you bastard. There you go. Oh, you beautiful little buggers. I'm building this for 24 machines, I just remembered I should probably do the math. We'll do it in just a sec. Let's put in some... 2... 3... No. 4 and 5. Now we want 24 divided by 4. Also we need... the 1, 3. So 8. 8 floors. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll be 7. And then it'll be 8. Thank you, Go-Fast Dreambo. Doing your best there. Do the math again. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Rooftop. Perfect. go. 8. 2. 3. 4. 5. There we go. Then we look at the blueprinties. Here we find the assembler mark circuit board. One, 2, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Well, it looks like I'll be achieving one of my goals, which was, yeah, having some high-rise buildings, because, you know, it's the goddamn fruit company. Question is, how dumb would these... No, not these. Let's see here. Where's that avocado color? There it is. Hey there, puppy. How you doing? 5 streams. Oh, that is almost 3 streams. That's very true. Well done, puppy. Well done. Well done. Well done. Yes, man. Hope you're doing good, my man. Yeah. I hope you do. If you have meetings, hope you don't have too many meetings today. But if you do, I hope they are tolerable and they come to actual sensible conclusions. We can't escape the meetings, but we can always hope the meetings are actually useful. So many of them are not. Gotta hate all those every meeting that could have been an email, and especially the ones that could have not even an email, but like a text. Like this email, this meeting could have been a meme. Hey there, Sankira. Hope you're doing well. There we go. So this one is going to be avocado colored because this is, like the train station is avocado colored. I mean, the train is called avocado because this is Fruit Computers. This is the main import station. We might have to put in more of them. And this silly little towers all up here to make some circuit boards. And I put in some lights and things, I guess. We're getting some, you know, happy computery colorfulness from all the bright colors, but it's still, we got that and the shiny floors, but it all being concrete still gives that hint of oppressiveness, as it should have. This meeting could have been a meme. Is gorgeous using today's meeting. Yeah, because it's one of those, and you send like a good old classic doggy meme, and you just change the word. It's like, hey, so what do we do about the thing? Just do like Berk and like, no, totally get you. All right, solved. You don't need to have a meeting. Just, you know, send a meme. Meeting could have been a GIF. It's one of the, just, I guess, you know, the tragedies of the modern industrial structure. It's one of those, you end up with these effectively what feels like pointless meetings. I wonder if the problem is like a lack of trust or something. You have to have meetings so as many people as possible are just involved in making these choices. But it could have just been like, you know, hey, you You deal with it. Make the choice. What choice should I make? Well, it's up to you now. Don't fail us. If you fail us, then next time someone else will make that choice. Of how do we handle situation X. It's similar to with the whole hard on with Back to the Office. Like, I'm convinced a large part of the motivation for the ridiculous need for just forcing everyone back into the office after it was very firmly discovered that it's pointless. So one of the obvious motivations, in my opinion, my theory, put it that way, is that they want to maintain property values on those offices that they own and they've built. And if there's no one inside, well, then it's just an empty building, and empty buildings, well, they lose value. But a lot of the whole also like just feels like there's some sort of strange lack of trust. It's like, why hire people to do things if you're not going to let them do the things? And then people, guess I understand, management needs to have those meetings, you know, choices need to be made and all that. But if you gotta have your finger in every pie, then why have more people making those pies? Why just not do it all yourself then? Let's make choices on meetings. All we have is... We'll talk about it later. That's the... Okay. The ideal meeting where you come to a conclusion and a choice. Yeah, the reality is sometimes a bit different. Tragically so. Now let's see, can I put in a wall like this? I think I can because of the nature of those windows. We could of course cheat and do that. See what that looks like. Huh. Nah. Alright, we'll put in beams or something. If we have to. Other than that, lots of honeycomb glass. Now put in actual doors and such. But we'll add those in later. Yeah. We've at least put pillars, like, through the corners. We get some of that three-dimensionality that we got working over at the Nuka Quantum facility. So otherwise, if the walls are too flat, it'll look like just a brick. And avocado brick isn't really what I'm going for here, believe it or not. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Definitely need to make more of these small blueprint setups for like just how to set up your assemblers and whatnot. So that saved us a surprisingly large amount of time. Because we came up with one neat way to set them up, and then we just copy-pasted that on every floor. We discovered that that gave us some limitations, but those limitations weren't Those limitations weren't really a problem. Oh no, a problem. I was scared by that, by the ceiling I hovered into. Caught me unawares. This. And the far side we'll deal with last. As in, we'll even leave it open, because that one will be the actual facing then the next factory, which will be making use of the stuff being produced in this one. And we're not entirely certain who else is going to be using it just now, because I can't hold, like I keep on saying, I can't hold that information in my head, so I need to write that stuff down. I always find it valuable to, like, I hope someone else finds valuable my sort of incessant reminders of how I can't hold things in my head and how I have to take notes and whatnot, because I think there's a lot of people who are like just still living under the school-age tyranny of memorization. I'm thinking like, nah, I never could memorize. And it wasn't until I had a teacher who actually taught me the value of thinking by yourself. And that it's, you know, it is finding the solution, and finding like a solution is more important than memorizing the correct one. Especially in this day and age, when we all carry powerful computers around everywhere. Now with AI and everything. Now it's even more important to have, like, you know, critical thinking skills and like know how to problem solve and all that. So you're building more and more factories, but not producing any components for the kittens and puppies. I mean, that is exactly what we're doing here. This is the Fruit Computer Company, or factory. Look at all these pink, cute things. We can't make kittens without dissolved silica. You know, everyone knows this. That's what kittens run on. That's what we make all the nitric acid we need, and we dissolve all the quartz so we can make the pink juice. Because that's what they're like, their little mittens are made of, and the cute little pink noses. How do you think they become pink? With dissolved silica, of course. So this is 100% our kitten and puppy factory. And then, you know, by using these, and then all that is turned into, you know, actual silica here. And these cool little swirlies. We dissolved silica and limestone, making actual silica, which, you know, what they need for their nails, your little nails. You know, yeah, and every puppy and kitten needs to like function somehow, so they're gonna need their circuit boards, which are made here. This is 100% the Fruit Computer Kitten Factory. Now the puppies take more coal, so we'll have to do those later. Well, this is where the kittens happen. Like they say in the age is in the oh, there we go. Age of yore. This is where the magic happens. Freaking cribs. Actually, I'm surprisingly happy with this thing. Yeah, then just columns through the corners, and there should be more than enough space inside, because that was how I tried to make sure that we had a bit of excess space. Good. Well, yeah, we'll bring in power somehow, probably maybe hiding inside a pillar. Oh, yes. Suddenly I realized, you know what, this tall building needs? It needs an elevator. I should make more use of the freaking elevators. I just suddenly remembered we got elevators, and those, like trains, should be able to transfer power between the levels, so we don't have to have these cables running on the outside of buildings or dangerously through stairwells. My God, chat. You done it. You goddamn done it. Let's see. Where is it? Under transport? No. Yes? Yes. Attaches a personal elevator to add an additional floor stop. I kind of feel like putting it here. Then it's like facing the stairs, but thank you, Boj, for the lurking escapes. Hope you have a good one. What's my escaper doing right now? Yes, mining more iron rocks and leveling up that feathered cap. Making concrete pillars in corners and steel pillars in between, and maybe diagonal for extra rigidity. We could, but then that's no diagonals, because that'll like cover a bit too much of the facade. I think just corners will be more than enough. Most likely we'll do concrete, but we could maybe do metal for that more of that sleek futuristic vibe that we're going for here, because we're making computer things and we're taking Fruit TM company as an inspiration. We can't do straight white because that's a little boring, so we're going with avocado rather than the white one. Now, let's see if I put you there. How tall do we go? Do we need roof access? I'd say need is no, but do we want some? I say yes. Can take those out. Okay, we can rotate these. Perfect. Oh, freaking perfect. Ooh, that's good. That means we can pull in the power by one of these as well. And have more catwalks connecting to these. Because wondering, how do we then do all the catwalks between the floors? Well, that's a neat part. We don't. And we might then have to change some of these connections. We'll see how it all works out. I like this shape and having the elevators go through there, and that's gonna happen. Now for this one, we're gonna need almost fell, but only almost, so it doesn't count. Checking the walls, and let's find. We can even have a gate hole wall. No, we're gonna need a proper door. But we're going to use catwalks to get there, which means he needs to be on the side. He needs that avocado color. Oh, beautiful. Got that avocado everything. Nice. we got to go up there while we still remember, and because we did add a stop, so I'm assuming that one we did not get painted. And my assumption would be correct. And the top one as well. So okay, the individual stops. And then the elevator shaft itself. Hey there, Two-Bob Games. Hope you're doing good. Now if we do this one... I feel like that'll be better. Bad, thank you. Hey, doing good. Having a pleasant enough day. Getting my new avocado tower up and running. Big old tower just to make computer chips. So how do we get the power from there to here in a... see here. Can I... which other side here? No. Tragic. Can't do that.
Have a drink on me.
So I think if we... thank you for the hydrate. Thank you very much. Another avocado shaped, is it? I'm gonna give the pickle the run for its money. Very true. It actually isn't very avocado shaped, but the idea is to be more, you know, fruit computer company. And I saw the green and I was thinking, well, that looks like an avocado green to me. So we can't do that apparently because then that'll... okay, so they don't like beams. Good to know. How do you feel about... how do you feel about pillars? Yep, won't play nice with pillars either. I think we'll have to do it like this. Unless we do it first. One small to the right. And from there up, and from there to there. Also, yeah. Door wall needs change direction. Let's leave it like that for now because we have a pillar going through here, so yeah. And that way we might change all of those to walls, but I'd rather not. So let's have a quick look see at the pillars though. Like a big concrete one. Would be neat, but it would cut in a little too much. Where you are? There. Where you are? Where you at? So something like this should be... Alright. And if we then compare that to an alternative, which would be small metal pillar. I'm leaning more towards the metal pillar, because we could going, painted walls and shiny. Yeah, there's no other concrete here in this structure, and it'll help sort of differentiate it from all the other concrete around here. Then the next question is, can I do an even smaller nudge there though? So if that's a full nudge, can I do a small nudge and a small nudge? And then, yeah, because then he follows that, the pattern of the hexagon. It still sticks out, giving that slight three-dimensionality and feeling of support. So, tiny nudges. And deep into the sea. It could be fun if we could paint these, but we cannot. Very tragic. Going for that, I don't know, modern Silicon Valley meets McDonald's from the 90s vibe. Early 2000s. Back when it was still a family restaurant. I love the McDonald's memes of like how McDonald's used to look back in the day. Because I remember those. And it's very true, nowadays it's just a depressing place. All the joy was killed, just was sucked out of there. There's that connection. And actually, yeah, we're gonna do it this way around, aren't we? Yes, we are. So then we can do the same one on every floor. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Thank you, Quick Fast Dreamball, for helping me sell out like a champ. Because I'll do it for money. Oh, yeah. There we go. Well, if it ain't got the goddamn casual elephant. Holy butt nuggets. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Hope you're all doing good. That raid message, too late. Oh, God, no, Cyclone. Hey there. Cyclone, hello, Roast Tiger. Hey, hello there, Turning Cog. Pod Racing with Jeb. My God. I hope Jeb made it. Yeah, casual elephants. Hey there, James. Hope you're doing well. And welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing?
Son of 10, Hugh.
Hey there, Douglas. Hope, look who art thou. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in, Raiders. Those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately very addicted to all these automation and construction games like Factorio and so on, and having a blast with Satisfactory, taking our sweet time to finish that phase 5 because I like building things. Got a train station and figured out how to do like angled support beams, and we were doing, you know, copper ingots sent to these machines, which are turning them to copper sheets. And we're making a computer chip factory for the computer circuit board factory for our fruit computers, making it all nice and avocado colored. Well, welcome on in. Hope you're all doing good. There shouldn't be any ad jails, hopefully. But I hope Casual's adventures in space continued going well. You never know with that good old KSB. You never know what Jeb's gonna get up to next. It's a wild one, that one. And we are right now doing our first, I guess, proper experiment with the relatively new elevators. Not long since had an ad. Hey, good. Yeah, my machine says yes. Next ad should be in like 19 minutes. So I'm gonna do this thing to bring up the stuff. Yo, hello there, Casual. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid. How did these space adventures then continue? Lurking and enjoying, glad to hear it. We have to select 10 stream streak, nice. Very nice. Big success, nice. I've played this since the UE5 graphical update. Yeah, last time I played this before this run was when the 1.0 was launched, and so that would be before also the graphical update, I think, because I think the graphical update was post 1.0. Ah, you bastard. There we go. And I remember having a good time with it when 1.0 came out, and then there was the new sort of truck update, which I thought like, well, that sounds neat. So I went out of my way to like build roads. And I've also added some hypertubes to like spin around here. But yeah, there I have a very extensive road network with universal vehicle path. Because trucks actually work now, because trucks are secretly trained as well. There we go. Hey, Reed. Hope you're doing well. Pretty boy, Hanno. Nice, thank you. Appreciate it. And chin chin, everyone. Fell through a landscape a lot. Yeah. My first playthrough in the game was back in when it was in early access. Then I played it, had a good time with it. Then 1.0 came out, so I just reinstalled it, played through the game. Had an excellent time with that one. And now with the 1.2, I was tempted to have one more try, especially after having a fun time playing through Factorio not too long ago. So I'm experimenting with building, roads, making good use of blueprint systems. We got drones everywhere. That's my nuclear power systems. And yeah, then we got trains underneath here as well. The wonders of blueprints. And hover packs. And now we're making the avocado tower for just making computer chips. Like your face hurts? Oh no. Take care of yourself, Reap. So you were having some fun times with Nan, Brain. Keep on forgetting the names of my friends. With Clay over on Kenzal. That looks fun. Sick dude. I'm glad you like casual. Never struggle with bringing enough coal to the power plants. Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't bring coal to the power plants. You bring the power plant to the coal. See, I got my power plants here. I mean, okay, that was one of the first things I did, though. I built the power plant here, and then and they're still doing it. I got a couple of not these tractors on like a lower, first like primordial first road designs. The tractors are fueled by the coal that they are delivering to the coal power plant. And then there are like a couple of normal, so a bunch of like coal nodes here, which are all fueling a bunch of coal power plants here. And now I built some extra like steel production stuff here that is also being fed by here. I also made, oh yeah, casual, if you're still there, I might appreciate it. Let's see, I'll show off what I made last time, my last sort of like bigger project before I started this one. Involved a little art piece. Gonna hypertube away. And all these wonderful roads. So I wanted to make kind of cityscape with more like large buildings. And I like the fact the hypertubes have intersections now. That's pretty neat. So here I have Manufacturing North, which is one like proper building, and then sort of controlled chaos. See, it's not spaghetti because it's all going in right lines, and it all has like some sort of support structure explanation of why and how it's held there. So here we mostly make these guys, the thermal propulsion rockets. And here's our latest sort of experiments. See, I have a truck station being fed into by 2 trucks from over there. I just wanted someone to actually make use of this big piece of road, so they're just delivering crushed quartz from there to here. Then we got the reanimated sand being delivered by a truck and by a drone, because the truck was a little too slow. Bunch of pure coal nodes being turned into diamonds and then turned into some dark matter crystal. These are the sort of, well, part of these should actually be demolished by this point, because the dark energy residue is actually being fed by these ones, making the synthetic power shards. We're making some time crystals. And here we have drones and trains bringing in all the things we need to make the crystal oscillators that are being fed into here to make these sort of quantum oscillators. So this is just one machine per floor. So we've got a nice tall building, making the superposition oscillators. So this one was also fun in like just discovering the 3-dimensionality of adding pillars into corners. They have the same stuff here. And having sort of like walkways on the outside, which I then first now, as I'm building the green tower, remembered like, oh wait, we have elevators now. But this is the big thing, because I always felt that the aliens of the power machine, the augmenter, looks extra neat. So I wanted to put it on a nice little pedestal. So I made this concrete hand. I was holding it up. It's even got nails and shit. The power claw or hand of God, depending on how you want to look at it. And I'm pretty happy with how I got it to work out with all the components we have at hand. At hand. And I'm especially happy with how it looks like from below, with the knuckles and the sort of tendons been emphasized here. I can never remember anyone's names. That's why most folk end up being called Bob. Nice. Very clean. Thank you, Turning Gog. Yeah, this one was this is like my most artistic endeavor so far, is just making it purely a sculpture just to hold this machine, with the matrices being fed from below. Oh, would you look at that? Why are you guys... Why would you not be running at full speed? Okay. Because there has been an excess. And that means if there's no excess, which means these guys have not been running at full speed, so what are you running out of? Well, it can't be this thing, because these are produced on the rooftop. So it must be the superposition oscillators. So what's up with that? Yeah, because I realized, because, they need the excited photons. And I realized, well, there. Sounds like they made a light, so these should be, solar powered on the roof. Plus, they kind of look like these water container cisterns thingies you have on top of roofs anyway. So they look perfect as rooftop construction. And if you're gonna have a stair access, well, you better also give it some rain protection. A little bit of a wall there, ceiling there. So what are you low on? Nothing. Huh. And you're last in the row, so if you have everything you need and you're making 50 in a minute, all the machines, these are consuming 50 in a minute. So I'm guessing some shenanigans have happened with the simulation breaking with saving and loading, because that happens sometimes. When you load a save, then everything that was in production sort of resets to 0, and that can break the flow of things. Yeah, because these go through 7.5 a minute. We got 2 of those. They produce 2.5 a minute. And that machine devours 5. And there were multiple stacks of them inside that one container, which was left there specifically for that reason, for being a backup. So you're working fine. And you are also fine. So I can only assume it was in fact the superposition oscillators, which are being produced here. And all your inputs are maxed out. Well, I'll give you some shards for a couple of minutes, so that they'll produce a little extra, because all of that is backed up. Which means that thing is full, and that's feeding into this and this, and it makes excess because also feeding into that thing, which is then feeding the Fixonium production, no, Fixite production, over at the nuclear facility. We're gonna need some of these for the project parts, but we can just throw in some more shards and stuff, it'll be fine. So these are overproducing the diamonds themselves, also have a buffer for that very specific reason. Yeah. Oh, apparently I had some of these in my inventory. Not sure why. But we can then do that. Because with the priority merger, you can have a backup system which would then feed in... Okay, that's empty already. Because you'll always prioritize this belt before taking anything from here. And this thing, yeah, consumes 5 per minute. Remain at 30%. These guys are producing 5 per minute. Okay, now we're getting an excess of superposition oscillators, which is excellent, which is what we wanted. Especially because I think we might have ramped up that guy's production. Yeah, yes we have. So these are all sharded out to make excess of these. Those are making an excess of the components. All of that is working. We have no buffer in between, but that's fine. Yeah, because we wanted to do that, because we wanted to have an excess of these. These guys should be able to produce... Idle. Why are you idle? Ah, right. Okay. There we go. So making 400 minutes. Now, if one of them gets... extra shards, you go from 125 to 315. So then it's... direct connection would be in this one. So 125 times 3 would be 375, and 375 plus... two of those is 250, so 250 plus that would be 362, 362.5. Five, 62. How would you do that? Let them make an excess. It'll be fine. No need to worry. Now we'll allow these all to work, because this one should be running at... You know what? We'll allow... Also, it's better for you to overproduce than any of those hiccups to happen. You don't need perfect flow. At least not in like just production of the raw materials. The discotheque is on and active. There we go. And I like adding catwalks everywhere, because even though I like using my hover pack for building, just because I like the way they look. I have, yeah, color coding. Change the default paint scheme, of course, after it got critiqued. Now let's travel through the synthwave dimension. We'll check how things are here on this end. Ah. I still haven't made a proper dedicated nuclear pasta like factory. I just have one machine that I keep on hand feeding with some sloops in it, and it keeps on creating excess. Well, and then you have one machine here that's slooped, maintaining a box of singularity cores for our teleporters and the fixed site dual rod production. So that consumes 10 a minute. These two would consume 4 a minute. Yeah. So 14 a minute, and this thing can produce 20, so it's a-okay. Oh, well, while we're here, we first sort these and then go visit our doggos. We go through this here port, the Radiant Dog, which is linked to the teleporter known as Doggy. This is the Doggy Daycare, which is here. Just a little like quartz crystal factory, and a lot of quartz being exported by train. And here we have the doggos. Hello there, friendo. Ah, sweet little tax evasion. The lovely little Larry with the rotors. Oh, the ever joyous Mary with some wires. Oh, Teddy with these nuts. Oh, he's a joker, that one. Oh, sweet Betty with some outclad plating. The bodacious Barry with some quartz crystals. You probably stole them right from over there, didn't you? Oh, you sneaky little scamp, you. Ah, the sweet Sherry brings fused modular frames. That's some pretty advanced production there. Well done, Doggo. And a lovely little Jerry here bringing a blue power slug. He knows I like having these slugs in my pants. That's all of them. Well done. And that's something also I very much I like about this game. It is the variety in the different biomes. The map is just beautiful. Freaking lovely. Yeah, and that is the future computer factory. So we gotta go back there. And get back to task. We have to change the backpack. So we can get an even better run up. Yeah, so this tower is purely for making the circuit boards. Need to then connect the actual elevator floors and then figure out how to get power there. And I want to see if we can get power directly and purely through the elevator itself, which does mean we'll have to add like an extra stop to it somehow. Bonk. Do that, this, and there we go. We can change back to the absolute fix-it for a little while. Okay. So these are the elevator stops. We need like one in between. Do we want one that is connected to the same level as the... You know what? Yes, we do. Yeah, because this is going to get some walls and things. This is like a placeholder piece. Because I do want a possibility of adding a truck stop here. That's why we added this little nubbin coming out of the road here. And that means we could then... We get rid of you. And yeah, I often try to build stuff, most of my things like in the sort of world grid, but the road does not follow the world grid. The road has its own grid. The road does what the road wants. And in this one, there's no real point in trying to get all the way here. The train is how tall? Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Then we do... Needs to have the end somewhere, might as well be there. We'll do the industrial railing. And that's a fun sort of way to differentiate. There we go. Let's make sure, like, not into human, not into train. Also extremely electrified, do not touch. Then we can have a... You wouldn't have to be... No, that one I think is level with this one, but that's okay. We can make that work. You see, we do a... change here. There we go. Now when we walk down, we can walk into here, in there, and then you get to the elevator. Doesn't really solve the issue, but maybe... Yeah, I guess the answer is just not having a So I'm gonna bring the power from somewhere here. This thing apparently is connected to too many things already. Yeah, one goes that way and down that one. This one goes here and down this one. Oh, I like the connection, so we're gonna leave that be. And actually, just getting power in here would make just hovering around it a little easier. Maybe we do bring it from below. That might be the best in the end. But how? See here, we do power, we do the double wall outlet Mark II. There we go. And then we need to get power into that there power pole somehow. Well, we got these here, which we could then sort of directly or indirectly grab from, but I think it'll be much more interesting if we could yeah, we'll just have to work with it. And then we check out in architecture, we found the round concrete pillars. So I've really learned to enjoy these. There you go. For these concrete things for corners, and especially because as you can see, the power pole has that little like extra foot that you normally like sinks into a different terrain. And on this one, then you just sort of left slightly levitating when you put it in a corner like that. And for these, we're gonna then wrong one. Under architecture, you find the frame wall, and the frame wall would go. Sometimes it behaves, sometimes it doesn't. I don't want to put it inside the thing, I want to put it outside the thing. Now to delete it from in here twice. I am what is known in the business as a dumbass. Okay, let's try it again then, like that. And like that. There we go. And now the corners look slightly better supported. I'm okay with this. And then we take the power from the power line here. We want it in there, and I want it to cross. Let's see if we can do it this way, I guess. Not that we have too many options. See, now that thing's on, and the power is technically going along this thing. Yep. Now you... Actually, yeah, you work just fine. But this one will need a little bit of help, and the question is, do we want round concrete or something else? You know what? The concrete pole there looks pretty good. Yeah, no, yep, we're going with that one. 100%. And we check out these various floor options, and we do this. We add the stops. Then yeah, the power was that corner, and then from here we go all the way up, and from there into there. So now these guys got power. Now we got enough range to be hovering on this side of the building as well. There we go. And that would be all of those buggers. Edit floor info. So it's on floor 1. What's good? Lift music. Or his. His being Swedish for elevator. Kind of like that one. I guess that's a winner now. Now let's just experiment. Let's go to...
Thank you for participating in the Fix-It Elevation program.
Oh, no.
I am Elevata, which is like Ada, but less advanced. We are not currently taking any feedback.
Nice. Well, the elevator is working wonderfully. Now we just need to add the catwalks around here, and then I'll probably also like give it like some input so the machines can actually work, you know? But all in due time. Catwalks first. You know, the important stuff. It's an elevator. Oh no, it took me too long to get that one. We got there in the end. And then Mordin Aerodynis. Hope you're doing well. Now seeing you around here, friendo. Hope you're having a lovely day, my friend. Let's see here. And how's the factory going? It's coming along. We are putting an elevator shaft for our chip factory, and then we're putting in some catwalks before we actually set up the inputs. Because, you know, you have to have your there it is. There you go. Priorities in order and all that. At least it's nice and easy because I can just copy paste from the floor below. And actually, yeah, these do make sense because the idea was to make sure that our inputs fit in this little opening chasm thing we made here. Hey, there's Soup Guy. I'm planning to build my very first mega base in my first playthrough. I'm at T78 and wanted to ask about the location suggestions. Where should I build my base? I'd say the location doesn't matter at all in this game because it's all about throughput. If you don't mind spaghetti, you can just drag giant freaking belts everywhere. The different areas have their own benefits. Like, if we look at the map here, you know, there's a bunch of oil up here. That's where I'm getting all my oil from. Other than that, a lot of my base is here in the northeast, the desert here, because there's a lot of like pure iron nodes here and some coal. And we're mining our bauxite from down here. So it's all about then. I think when I played my 1.0 playthrough, when 1.0 came out, I built my base around here. Worked just fine. The starter area is nice and open and easy, but the quality of the nodes aren't really the best, so you have to then make even more use of belting or pipes and trains and trucks. I can see I have a lot of... Let's turn off the resource markers. Especially once you get to the point of having, like, trains and drones, then distance doesn't really matter. The marsh gives me nightmares. Ooh. I like the marsh for, like, having just adventuring in. I was hoping to build something cool there, but when I went there, my game started stuttering a bit already. My machine is like 10 years old, settings on medium, and already like just even building in places where there isn't that much happening just because my save is... Well, I built a lot of complexity for the sake of like fun complexity, which means there's a lot of stuff for the game to simulate. Much more than is like strictly necessary. But I'd say, like, depends on what you want and what kind of base you're going for. Like, you want, like, just a giant mega base for the sake of having a mega base, well, then it really doesn't matter at all, because that means you're still gonna have to belt in, or pipe in, or bring by train or by a truck, whatever is your transportation of choice. Because no location has everything. So you're going to have to belt bringing stuff from outside anyway. So then it's just a question of, okay, well, what do you want? You know, what kind of like environment do you want? How much do you care about belting stuff in? Like the northeastern desert does have the benefit of, like I said, it has those pure iron and high quality like copper nodes, and it has a lot of them. So for a lot of the metal processing would be handy to do there, especially early on, but then eventually you unlock recipes for like leaching ingots and stuff, so then you still need to bring in water and sulfur and so on. So there is no ideal location. Everyone, like, if you ask different people, they might give you different answers, because everyone has their own like favorite. They feel like, oh, this is the best place because of this or because of that. But I find that because the resources are not limited, they're unlimited, it's just a question of throughput, which kind of means that location is, in a way, irrelevant. You can build wherever you want. I'm building these over the water just because I needed a bunch of water. I wanted to bring in stuff via belts, and there's like a lot of wide space to build. Plus, this way I can use the sort of road grid rather than the world grid, because the road is not on the proper world grid. While waiting for the Phase 3 to finish, I went hunting for sloops, spheres, and drives, trying to retrieve anything from the marsh was hell. Running out of fuel in my Explorer truck, with a giant spider on the roof, was a true facepalm. Oh, yes, 100%. That's a thanks for the answer. Hey, no worries, Soup Guy. Yeah, the marsh can... Yeah, some places are more violent with the locals. That is 100% true, yes. Right, I'm finished. Yep, we're finished. With the catwalks. Yeah, so in that way, so it very much depends on how do you want to play the game. And what kind of location do you want. If you want like just nice big flats, everything is free, then build on the water. There's big water up far north, there's big water to here on the eastern side of the western side of the northwest desert, as well as the starting area. You can build some stuff here if you want. There's some water here. You can build over the void if you want here. That a lot of people like building a sort of like giant tower facility over the void just because it's neat to have the giant void of death beneath you. Hey there, Kim Stockholm. Hope you're doing well. So I'd say it's, explore around. What do you feel like you want to bring in via, train and truck and so on? And most importantly, what kind of terrain do you want to look at? Because if you build the one big old giant mega base, you're going to be spending a lot of time there. So then do you want a, rocky desert? Do you want like a sandy, northeast is like a sandy desert. This is more like a sort of arid desert down here. Then you have your green fields, your sort of kind of cool sort of coastal, sort of coral scapes. Like ancient ocean floor vibes happening here. Then you have the, the Marsh of Death, which does have a lot of like very aggressive spiders. So that might be its own little challenge, dealing with the big old giant spiders down there. And then this area has ocean and sort of jungly coral, like living coral junglescapes, dead coral desertscapes, and then like sandy desertscapes, and giant lush forests around here, the central forest area. And here we have this red bamboo forest area, which is actually looks pretty neat as well. And good time, you're doing it right. If you're not having fun, you're probably in the marsh. Pretty much. I'd elevate my factory on the top of the red forest. I like the ambiance. And connect factories with trains. Excellent. Yeah, that's the thing. Because that's the... When you're building a giant location. Because then you want to build somewhere where you want to spend time. You're gonna spend time. So yeah, the ambiance of the red forest is super cool. I approve of that choice. And then, because... Yeah, because you're gonna have to expand anyway. So you have like drones and trains bringing stuff from here. I got my trucks delivering stuff back and forth. Like, I built my giant roads, which are completely sort of superfluous. But I just think they look neat. So I like building them. And then I happened to notice that accidentally I made my then train blueprints were also centered in the same grid, so they fit together pretty neatly. Accidental win there. And then now that I mean the age of drones, they just make life so easy. Adding drones for transporting all kinds of stuff, and trains for the things that I need to then be coming in larger speed, and of course gases and liquids. And this is making circuit boards. Now, how do we connect these though? I was thinking that we bring all the raw resources maybe all the way down here. Say it again. The road train print is a masterpiece. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like it. It was an accidental win. I mean, this one, because my very first road print, because if we go to the back to the starter area, you'll see, because my road print was built of like two pieces. That first built left side, right side, because the very first blueprinting machine is so small. And was it like Mark IV blueprint? That has a 5x5. No, number 2 has a 5x5. Yeah. And that allowed me to make the entire road in one road block, because it's a 5x5 print. And now the Mark III, we could then add a few more like detailing on the sides if you wanted to. Yeah, but having it be centered on one of these allowed then the train, because I also then built the train system also was centered on these. And they worked, they just happened to then, because they're both centered on the same 5x5 grid, means that the blueprints, when you build it, using the train roundabout. So you build mode default, and then we do blueprint, because then it like tries to like adjust itself for the existing blueprints. So if we build it below the block with the train, with the road, it fits in perfectly. And now, yeah, because I built the road with a single pillar, so its bottom is like one pillar away from this thing, which sort of happened a little by accident. But it did make life a lot easier. Yeah, there, Mr. Jolly-Loo. One thing I've tried is having a train loop that is on the edge of the map that goes all the way around the map edge as it shows the water spaces you can build. Keep the land as decluttered as possible. I was considering that doing this run, but then I've never really needed to. I've been considering doing another run with like the more demanding like project parts, just to force me to make even more factories for even more throughput, just because I think that could be fun. Maybe at some point. And maybe at that time we'll try to do an even more spread out base, because I think many end up having this one mega base that does everything, and through this run I've really learned to enjoy this idea of having multiple bases and then an actually active logistical network that delivers not only raw resources to like the manufacturing place, but also then components. They're not doing that much right now, but I like the idea, and I would like to then see if I could force myself to lean even further into that. Try to replicate it. I love the space for the belts and pipes. Hey, the roads are hollow. First of all, because I didn't want them to look too flat. And then I just sort of realized by accident that, hey, this is also then perfect, because if they're hollow inside, we can hide some spaghetti. And you could, make it even taller on the inside if you want, and then you can have, walkways in here, an actual proper like sewer system. You can have just purely cosmetic pipes. You can have pipes going through here that actually do deliver sensible things, and you can have your hyper tubes here. But I wanted to have because I was considered having my hyper tubes on the inside of the road, but then I realized, well, if I'm inside the road in the hyper tube, then the camera will be there with me, so I can't really see the environment quite as much. And I enjoy seeing what's happening out here. One idea I've been considering is doing a new sort of blueprint that it has hypertube holders on the sides. Because that way you could still, still kind of see what's happening. And then have a junction here that then just goes over an arch to the other side as well. But for now, all this still works quite fine. Quite well indeed. Okay, so they got the power though, yeah. What were you saying? We're making the silica, we're making the copper sheets. We'll enjoy some goat music while we ponder our fate. I made a small arch/bridge over the road with a tube hanging down from it. Oh right, you mentioned that one. See that one? That's a clever move. Oh, now they're locked because now there's too much water. Alright, let's see about this then. First we do flush the buffer. Now we have 5 machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They want 500 water. All output 80. Meaning we're lacking 20 per machine. Now 20 times 5 is 100. So this should be perfect. But I did sort of to go a little nuts with what messing about, and I guess I put in too much water in my buffer. And oh right, and you probably because you can't output fast enough. Right, that's the problem. Yeah, the problem is you see there's 5 of these machines output more silica than a Mark 6 belt can actually move. So we need more than one belt. I mean, more than one sink. Was also feeding into these things. Oh well, that's fine. That's an easy fix. We get this machine running, and its output also goes into a sink, pretty much, to start with. That way there'll be whatever is left on this side is enough to go into the sink. Because right now we're trying to feed into an exporter, and once the exporter is full, everything goes in the sink. So we're trying to go for that. Hey, we're at 409 coupons. We're halfway to the golden nut. The final achievement. Crowning achievement. So that won't break. Now, because all these are overproducing, so I was thinking we would be able to have these freaking manifold setup. And yeah, then we need to figure out where does the input actually come from. That song is both annoying as fuck and really fun. I know, right? That's why I keep on enjoying the freaking goat music. It is just beautifully insane in the best and worst of ways. So this would be a perfect spot for this one. Wait a minute. This one, actually, you think you'd be better that way, right? I'm certain you can get this to work. Yeah, the only real challenge really is the lowest floor where the actual inputs will come in. There we go. Shame about that, but not much I can do. What? Well, that's fucked. How can that be possible? So that one is easy. There we go. That should fix that then. So one input goes here, one input goes there. Still hope the fact that this is oddly reminiscent of the art of the Antwoord. I think we can do it this way, and that way we get the silica comes down here, goes in here, goes down here, then sloops all the way up there. Whereas the copper would go then from here. Okay, this is then one of the craziest freaking songs. Okay, that might be enough goating for now, and we'll go back to, say, me and my golf cart for a while. There we go, friendos. So we can make that work, and it is, you know what, I find that quite acceptable, to be honest. Means we gotta get rid of that one and replace it with that. Yeah. And then this one is much louder than the other ones. Mildly annoying that. Alright, so now we find the Smarty McSplittery. where we have overflow to the right. Any to the left. None to the middle. There. Good old temporary solution. Ah, favorite. And then we have a look-see at the stairs. Not sure how we're gonna catwalk all of this just yet, but this seems like a decent placeholder. So like my catwalks. In case someone hadn't noticed just yet. And honestly, I think I'd use even more of the walkway if it had a stairs, but it doesn't, and I find that terribly sad. Well, we can't go through that pillar. Well. Alas, no one can go through straight the middle, but that is also fine. All of that is working as it should. These guys are all going into the machine slowly but surely, and they're yellow because they can't actually get all of their inputs, and the missing input would be the sky. No, we can't do that. Well, let's have a look-see here at our wonderful friend known as the frame pillar. Hey, what about a frame floor, though? Can I put one here in a way that makes sense here? Now, these going inside there, so that would be a-okay. Let's have a look-see. You know what? I'm seeing it. I think we did this thing. What are you attached to? Yeah, these go up from a block. Oh, so that means we should be able to actually... Yes. Gotta be careful with the frames and frame floors, because the frame floors, just like the walls, are go to like each... They can go to more places than your normal walls and floor things can, which can sometimes lead to some unfortunate confusion. And in this case, we do this. We followed that one up by one of these. There we go. you go. I find that acceptable, at least for now. This one is so open on the inside, so we should be able to. Oh, yeah. This would be fun, but it's... I wish there was a half foundation version of these. So instead, we'll go here, look at the big frame pillar, because that one fits into a quarter, like that. And we should be able to zoop it all the way there. That one is clipping poorly, but if we put you, say, there, we can hide the fact that the poor clipping by doing it this way. Because now it's facing sideways, so now this side is completely open, so it doesn't look like it's clipping through there, and there is a small clipping happening, but it's going through the sort of solid central tube, so that's fine. And there we see it. Nice. Firm, and in a strong illusion of proper support. I quite like it. And that means we now need to get a lot of these buggers over there. To the right, any. Center, overflow. Go. Oh, that would probably help. Now we have 24 machines. Was it 12.5? Thanks. Yeah, 300. We need 300 units of silica per minute. You're giving 270. Okay, yeah, we have, yeah. Now these three will be more than enough. Okay, the copper sheets have made it just fine. And they're even making it all the way up here, slowly but surely. But the silica, less so. So the silica flows down there, fine. This one claims that there is silica inside the tube. Ah! Wrong way, I see. The fuck? Well, that sucks. Try it again. Yeah, there's silica in the tube. Now there's silica going into those machines. So the copper one is fine. These are not. Now you're so low on dissolved silica, of all things. You're idle because you're low on... Oh, quartz. Ah, fair enough. I want to wait for the train. There we go. Alright, come on. Maybe this time? Will it work? Oh, my friends, let us find out. Let's throw in some... Alright, working this far, works in this far. One, two. Alright, worked that far. Well, then it should work all the way now. Three stacks full. There you go. Slowly but surely, they're all getting this stuff. Hello, good sir. Good sir. Hello there, Jamin. Over there on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well, friendo. Hope you're having a most pleasant day. I threw these bits of silica in there. So now we can let this run. When we figure out how do we grab the finished goods. Look at all them sweet little circuit boards, lovely little chippies, making a grand total of 300 a minute, not a second. That'd be pretty insane. I wanted 300 a minute of these because we're making. I got my pen and paper notes because I know the game has in-game notes. And I should use them because I'm still a streamer and I should show people, but I tried it once and I just keep on forgetting to look at them. Wait, what? I think I must have broken my math here. How do you do in-game notes? Either O or N? Yeah. I mean, for example, see, I'm now in the to-do lists. I'm in the... Okay, let's open just basic inventory. And I mouse all the way to the right. You see the right side of the game screen gets a little dark. I click here, and then we have a to-do list. So we're looking here at, 300x CB. 300 times CB per M. And these are public notes and there's private notes. If you play multiplayer, I'm assuming public notes will be shared with everyone. Private notes is just for you. And then you can add recipes to your to-do list as well. Now, to make 300 of those, we did 8 times 3. So we do this and we just X and... Oh, I just S'd out. So let's try that again. 300 times CB for circuit board per minute. M. Then I click away from there. See now we have it there on the right. 300x CBM. Similarly, when you look at your recipe lists here, let's see, we do a circuit board. I can, let's see here, add to to-do list. I say this is the recipe we're doing. We add one to the to-do list. And on the right it says, no, to make the circuit board we need, to make 5 we need 11 copper sheets and 11 silica. Now to make these individual items it doesn't make that much sense, the to-do list. But if we then instead look at a building, like say an assembler, and we add that one to the to-do list, this one makes more sense because we see, okay, the recipe assembler, it says there 1, and then below we have all the items that we need to build this. So if you're not sure, especially earlier on in the game, because at this point I have dimensional depots, fully maxed out research, so I don't really need to worry about that much about running out of material. But, okay, let's see here first. And now the to-do list is here, we can do clear list, the notes remain. But especially early on in the game, we can, let's say I want to build something using, let's say I'm building a new factory, I need assemblers. Add to-do list, we can, but you know what, that's not, well, we need 5 of those, so let's go edit, and we see, we got a plus and a minus, we can say I need I'm building a factory that's gonna use 10 assemblers. So that means I need 80 reinforced iron plates, 40 rotors, and 100 units of cable. And then because I have those, we have that little purple check mark, check, done. We have everything we need for the to-do list. Yeah, 174 hours in and had no clue. Yeah. So similarly, because it's the same way you would edit your to-do list. You have your notes here. And again, some of these songs are just extra loud. Now, let's see here. 24 times 12.5 and 24 divided by 3 is 8. And that is how much of this we have. So, I've done my math as the philosophers call it, ass backwards. You see, I made my math looked on the based on their output, not the input. So the input for these is actually, see, for this one we need to look into here. I was thinking like maybe we could get this info by having it on the like to-do list, but the problem is it tells me doesn't give me the per minute numbers. It's 27.5, right? So 27.5 times 8 equals something. And I'll click out of it. Now that remains. And then we can do n. Do 7.5 times 8. And every game really should have an input like this. And it's not 8, it's 24. It's 660. So 660, which is still less than the 3 machines making silica are producing. So that's fine. So we don't need to worry about the silica. Our copper sheet production, though, is kind of non-existent. Oh, it's like half of this, I think. So now we do... Okay, we can't do it under quick search, apparently. But I think any, like, your inventory and then the recipe list, that's where you can, the right side darkens and you can do the thing. And it was 660 because the answer was 24. Need 660 copper sheet. Alright. And we're making 22.5 times... We got 14 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So we got 14 times... Not 24. 14 times 22.5 equals 315. Well, that's not enough now, is it? In fact, what we need is 660 divided by 22.5, which means 29.3 machines. Well, we're 14. It's just 6 more. So... No. 16 more. Easy peasy. Slightly more than double. Well, I was saying, like, the empty space there is just begging for more of these to make more ingots. And we're gonna need more copper sheets for the AI limiters eventually. Well, that's okay. But now we have to then just know, as to say in the business, you gotta pivot. Also, formerly known as we done fucked up. Also, we need to put the pillars in the corners before we forget-y. Gentle, gentle, nudge, nudge. Zoop in a couple of those. Hold. Small nudge, small nudge. And shoot boop. Boop the boop. Yeah. For like factory and automation games, I gotta say the Satisfactory is a good example of like how to do quality of life absolutely correct. By having an inbuilt calculator, your inbuilt to-do lists, all of these. Like I just do usually mine by pen and paper because that's I'm more likely to actually, remember to check that. I've tried my fair share of to-do lists and all kinds of digital apps and so on, and then came to the conclusion like, yeah, no, my brain just doesn't care. And we'll see what we do about this side when we get there. And like we said, all of this is going to be feeding into an actual proper computer factory. And I'm having some silly ideas. But for now, we'll just see if I can just do a placeholder in the form of a piece of roofing. Then we can have a wall. Some railing Yeah, see, the shiny assets aren't even like properly shiny anymore. Game is like giving up on loading some of the graphics. Nice. Slowly but surely, getting there. Okay, so now we know we need 660 copper sheet for this to run full speed, but so far it's a-okay. Next question is, how do we get these to wherever they need to go? I think bringing our like finished produce down would make sense. Oh, look at that! It loaded in the floors. Okay, there's the bottom. Yeah, that one's gonna be a little tricky. Oh, we'll figure it out when we get there. Okay, or not. You see, we do another merger right there. With the output being, yeah, sure, slightly that way. And you... Why are you, like, off by just a wee bit? Why can't you just be... Why can't you play nice? You know, would this be better? Apparently, yes. Yep, and things are working. Ooh, what the heck? But you're not getting the copper sheeties. Ah, no wonder. That would explain it, yes, yes. There we go. Excellent. Well, in the meantime, while we wait for all of that to work out, then we figure out how do we do all this. There's only one thing left to be done, which is sit down an awesome heckin' sink. Oh, the surface is too uneven. Well, we put a turn it into a hologram, we can nudge, and then we just ignore. It does feel a little silly, but, you know, gets the job done. There we go, getting them points. Ooh. So I like the Unreal extra graphical updates, but at the same time, I have memories of the game being just less occasionally janky. And again, I am also streaming it, and I don't think I made quite as much nonsense as I did when I was playing my own sort of save all those years ago. Well, Archeon just launched a new update, Destruction, better flight physics and support for cars without ray tracing. Ooh, and that is very cool. Yeah, my graphics card is the GTX 1080 Ti, so none of those ray tracing boosters. None of it. So I keep on saying, you know, the old war machine. She does her best. She works hard. Oh. Almost 1 million points a minute. Yeah, well, these are most definitely worth more points than just the raw silica. And with this, then any and all excess silica is actually getting consumed. So that's fine. That much ray? Yeah. Big sink. Hey there, Twerk. Hope you're doing well. See, we're building the fruit companies. Yeah, you see what I have? An elevator. I was wondering, like, how do I elegantly bring power all across that building? Then I remembered, oh yeah, we have elevators now. Turn off the music so we can enjoy. Making there's circuit boards. Oh, well, the elevator's already down here. Isn't that nice? I just realized what this sounds like. I put poison. The water supply.
Fix it, elevator. Here to lift you up and to let you down.
Oh, elevator. You gotta love it. Because they transfer power as well. Freaking lovely. All the way to the roof, please. I will make a fancier roof eventually. Okay, let's do what needs to be done. Which is add some railings. We go to industrial. No, because we were using modern everywhere else here. Nose clipping is not an issue. And the game is fun. And I do like a set of devs that can make fun of themselves and have a, enjoy a good laugh. Also looking at Pocket Pair, you know. Because Pal World is a little nuts. In like the funnest way. I think I might have to put one of those 1 meter walls in here. There. Oh no. There we go. Okay, we're doing this now. Yeah, it's... Hacking. You can't have the fruit company. Fruit computers manufacturing. Without all the jolly, happy colors. And false advertising. I'm smiling like, yeah. All of us like, don't do it. Yeah. No, we're going for that kitsch vibe, you know? It's got to be so horrendous it works. Come on there. Oh, yeah. We're gonna need some lighting in there at some point. But for now, this'll do. Kind of feel like maybe I should have taken that one out as well, but we'll live with it. Wow. Tonight's at beers and a Project Zombie, sure. Locking the front door, turn the phone off. Hey, nice one, Ugla. That sounds like a very... Actually, that sounds like a pretty sweet way to spend a Friday evening. Looks cool for the green wall. Looks cool, though. Glad you like it. And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like, oh, that actually like really pops out. But then, yeah, with it, the entirety of the design, it works. It's a little weird, but it works. Now we need 660 copper sheets. This one is making 300 ingots. We have more than enough ore for more. So let's remove some of these. I gotta say the actual environmental background music, a lot different from freaking goat music. Love the goat music though. I think we're gonna have to, yeah, we double these, but then we could give a couple of them the shards to push that to... Wait, no, because this is only for this product. We're gonna need some extra copper sheets then for the AI limiters themselves. And those are the mergers, we do that. Are you, like, centered on anything? Nope, that's good. Double check. Alright. Now we got here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So doing this one, then we got 16. Five, 6, 7, 8. Go 9, 10. which means we do 375 times 2, that'd be 750 copper ingots. Excellent. Also means that we're consuming 150, 300 copper ore per minute, which is still, it should be just easy as pie for the freaking train to maintain.
Frog wow.
Hey there, buffaloes. And I love the copper coloration. Freaking amazing. Give me that. There we go. So that means and we're gonna have to put a... Oh. Yeah, well, needs to be done. We'll just have to ignore the clipping. It'll be fine. It'll be fine as long as you don't look too close. Well, hot diggity goddamn dog if it ain't the hot dogging deep space depot X20 himself. How y'all doing? Ion pressure could destroy a build. That is another difficult thing to calculate in when going deep sea or space in Archean. I like it. Yeah, Archean seems like an excellent game on paper, but it's also then it seems like a dangerous trap for me. I get like, oof, can't get too close. Well, welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope you're doing well. And Depot, how were you finding the wondrous horrors of astronauts? It is a game I myself very much enjoy, and will be playing, having myself another look now at next week with the 1.0 launch. I'm just pretty sure I'll be mildly stuck in that one again, and there's a whole bunch of games I should be trying to play here, so... Oh. So we got accidentally... Stuff just kind of works. Well, that's neat. Now these will then, of course, we got 10, so we need 100 extra water. Well, that's easy as pie. We'll just slap down one more of these bad boys. In fact, we're gonna probably have to want to take this one and turn them around, but I think these are on a grid. How many squares? We can just do that, followed by that. Wow. Is it an automation game too? No, it's survival in space kind of thing. And looting, and it's more like I guess, yeah. Survival crafter in space, a little bit. You are, salvaging existing space stuff. Like Rex, and then you want to capture that salvage, sell it for profit. And it's a deep simulation, so it's very easy to get yourself killed in the most hilarious ways. It's a little janky, but I love it. It's a fantastic game. And small studios making cool games. I'll forgive a lot of jank as long as the outcome is just in general cool. So, Subnautica then. A little, I guess, but it's top-down, pixel graphics, very sort of simple in that way. But then the simulation is very deep, like air pressure. It's more like Stationeers, I guess. And CDDA. That's a good combination, yeah. Good comparison. It was fun. I went outside with no space helmet at all, twice, and didn't even suffer much damage. Oh! I guess they made it like slightly less instantly lethal. Junky and dumb ways to die? I'm into it. Yeah, Morden. Astronaut is a lot of fun. Wait a minute. 80 stream streak, more than 79, less than 81. Absolutely correct. And a monster of a streak that is. Thank you, Depot. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like it here. I do my best, and I will readily and strongly admit that Depot is also one of these wonderful streamers who I myself find quite inspirational. Especially his beautiful and wonderful builds in these lovely games like Dwarf Fortress and so on. Let's see. So if y'all don't know Deep Spaces, Deep Oaks 20 or Deep Spaces, known to some, you're missing out. Fantastic entertainer. Lovely fellow. Great artist. And always a fun time. And have you seen the photos videos game Starpath in Steam? Original dev of the Valheim, making a survival game for space. Hoping as good as Valheim. I mean, we can always hope, but it's unlikely. Valheim is, I'd argue, a sort of collection of many things that went right and went wrong in just the right ways. It is a legend. It is beloved. If I do like that, we can force the machine to calculate that things not proper, like straight path, and then we do. I gotta be like this machine. See, why not this one? Why only some? Oh well, fine. Better some than none, I guess. And Valheim is almost out of early access too, like September. Looking forward to, oh, same here. It's one of those things where, just like, Killadrix and others have been saying, it's, there's a lot of games and they all need to be played before September. Because when Valheim hits, it's gonna be a rough time for a lot of streamers. Because Valheim has a very broad audience and player base. Even people you might not suspect play and enjoy Valheim do actually play and enjoy Valheim, or at least they have, and are looking forward to then having that sweet final 1.0 look. I'm pretty sure there's going to be like major streamers, Co-Carnage, all those. They would most likely will be also on the Valheim bandwagon. Because why wouldn't they? Valheim is awesome. And it is, in many ways, I'd argue, a kind of historical game. Because it is quite literally genre defining. There's so much that is like just normal now that it ultimately was, pioneered in Valheim. Reminds me, I should complete my solo run. Defeat Mr. Fodder. I never actually defeated Fodder. I'm okay with that. I'll have to do it now and then, of course, with 1.0 coming out. Finally go and give big old Daddy Dragon good old spanking. Because, yeah, for those who don't know, who don't speak the languages, Mudar and Fodar, the names of the dragons, the dragon bosses in Valheim is Mudar is mother, Fodar is father. So there seems to be some dragon family drama. It looks like it should be in the... do you attend any of the cast times, or did you burn out? I played plenty of cast times. I did not miss a single cast time. I played the 2 last cast times. Freaking amazing. That's why I'm also sort of looking forward to the 1.0 launch that I most likely will be doing then. I'm assuming there'll be a lot of the cast time version. But, you know, like I said, I never did actually defeat Fodder myself. And especially because by the time everyone then fights Fodders, by the time also then Kasheim starts, you know, dying out, petering out. Kasheim being the multiplayer server in Valheim, and the game organized by Casual Elephant, who rated us earlier. Wonderful dude. Cool fellow. Friend of the stream. Organizer of the coolest of things. So I'm looking forward to his Kasheim. But yeah, the thing is, I never actually went to partake in the boss fight. Also because, you know, I'm time zone. I'm in Finland. A lot of the players are in the US. Difficult to organize. And then with the Valheim ultimately is not meant to be a multiplayer game. So there's the whole netcode issue where it behaves a bit poorly. Hey there, Boom. And welcome in, Raiders. Damn, how you doing? And the Fodder fight, yeah. And I never joined the Fodder fights because by that time things are running out, and by the end of the game I'm usually like this, just building bases. Hunting down things and just trying to build a nice house. That's what I like about Valheim as well. You can have an amazingly fun time building a nice house. What are you doing there, Boom? How you doing? How is Marvel Dokkan? I was... Is that a fighting game? Because I tried to lurk when I saw it going on, but I've had a lot of stuff happening this morning, so it was mostly me just quickly like tuning in and go like, oh cool, and then I had to bugger off. Good. Marvel Dokkan is indeed a fighting game that just came out. Ooh. Well, I hope it's a good one. I wonder if we could... Well, we could, but if we should, it's a different question. Also very sleepy. 6 a.m. Oof, good stream. Hey, take care.
Drink on me.
Take care of take care of yourself. Get some good sleep. And thank you again for the raid. And hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Those who don't know me, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and just lately on a massive automation and factory game binge. Started with middle of a game project. Chat suggested, why don't you give Factoria another go? And then, well, I haven't touched the game project since. I was ridiculously addicted. Though there has been some benefit to that, though. In the sense that I have noticed that some of the things I was working on, some of the ideas I had, won't really work the way I wanted them to. It's... like anyone who probably knows who you were working a big project, especially anything creative, sometimes you do need to step away from the project to really be able to sort of like notice some issues. And I'm realizing I was over-engineering certain things. Because even though I would love to keep on with the over-engineering, but as far as like games go, I don't think what I was trying to make would have been fun. So I need to simplify certain aspects there. And the complexity, though, was really cool, but it was not the correct game for it. It's one of those things. I like certain mechanics, and I was like trying to make use of these certain mechanics, and then sort of, yeah, like I said, they realized like, wait, for what I was making there should be, and I'm pretty sure there's a better solution. Yeah, get some sleep, good sleep, Boom. And for those who don't know, DK Boom, and yes, another wonderful streamer, excellent. Cool dude, streamer of cool games. There's a lot of like dark and darker, these dungeon crawling games, horror games. You know, I think these Outlast Trials and the Outlast games themselves. And there's a lot of those. So if anyone's interested in games like those, you all should go check out Boom's stream. Fun place to be. There we go. So now these would then also need to be getting some paint. There we go. Some copper finish. There we go. The belt is too long. Here we go. Now we got more ore flowing into these. We got the inputs, we got the outputs. And they, with one extra pump, they needed 100 units of water extra. They got 120. Now they're gonna need even more pumps though. Soon enough. Because now we need more of these. So we're doing 750 units of ingots. There. And the overflow is going here, being turned into points. Now those 770 turns into, because we need 660 units of copper sheet. And that means we check here, and the copper sheet recipe for the Steam versions, yeah, they produce 22.5 per, so it's 1 to 1. Yeah, 29.3. We need an extra 330 units of water. So an extra 3 pumps. Quick little tweak like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it'll be 15%. And put on the absolute, fix it. There we go. Tiny little weird shortening, but at least they'll flow. So, now we have 7, we need 15. So that's another 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. One step to the left of the first connection should be in between. There. Sure, how far back can we get you? Do that. And we do one more time. This one with the correct rotation. And there we make it go. And 1, 2. Now we should be able to, or not. Well, fine. A bit of fiddling with all the nudging, but you know, at least we'll get it the exact correct spot. Because as we saw with the computer chip factory, sometimes these things can be just off by just a little bit. And that means nothing really attaches anymore. I don't know if I ever finished what I was saying about the chasm on the boss fights in Valheim. It's because, yeah, these, there's timing issues, and it gets very laggy. I think I've taken part in 1 or 2 of the boss fights, and it was like I barely understood what was happening because of the, all the lag and stuff. These didn't really want to work out. So now these are getting the ingots all nice and slow-like. Thing is, those are overproducing, so yeah, these will be filled up in no time. And then for extra water, I was thinking we're actually gonna do a thing using from architecture or frame foundations. And that. And then we'll see if we can get a little thingy here to work. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. How would this work? Let's see here. And then under production. It kind of works. Oh, can I be nudged? Well, screw you then. Let's do that. Okay, a little bit further to the left. Said I wanted to be away from this thing. Good to me. Not sure. And a valve. So we needed 300 extra water. I earned myself a few beers, now after a walk in the woods. Such peace and quiet. I hear the birds chirp. Hey! That does sound nice. Hope you really enjoyed that walk, my friend. Oh, this looks so cool. The beauty of wondrous and horrendous and horrifying symmetry. So you could go, say... try to play a plan for a way to get the power from here to there in a way that doesn't offend my sensibilities too much. Come on, yeah, booger. There you go. And then you can connect there. I'm glad we could fit the water extractor there, because that was actually not the plan to make it fit there, but it did, so I'll take it. And these are then slowly but surely being filled with, yeah, great grand amounts of copper ingots. One. Oh, fudge. Come on, come on. We're gonna get there. Oh, yes, we will. We're gonna build this chippiest of chip factories. Oh, I mean, not chips, sorry. I keep on saying chips when it's actually circuit board. How insensitive of me. Okay, from the end, one whole block would be there. That end, one whole block would be, I want to say there. Oh, yeah. Locked in. There we go. And now Satisfactory manufacturing machines is ready, truly finished, before it has some kind of catwalk system around it. Yeah, we'd have to pull a beam here. Goody. I like beams. Make all kind of fun things with those. There we go. So beam comes up, goes across, goes down. With that way, we'll have the sort of support structure for all of that. But first, and I'll... What? No. There we go. The framed McWalls. We go... And we go zooping. Nice even 10. Didn't need that one there because it just clipped into it. No. More of the same. And that is, as they say in Swedish, torta på torta, or cake on cake. Which is, you know, things being sort of superfluous, excessive. Doubled for no reason. And for this one, let's see, do we do a cross beam or a nice sweet round concrete? Round concrete could look pretty neat here.
Torta på torta.
Exactly, Koboldsnack. Torta på torta. Some cake on cake action. Boom shakalaka cake. Boom shakalaka cake. I killed little Lily. Yeah. Excellent, Lily of the Valley is like, no, that's a white one. Well, that's at the Valley. What's an actual, like, Lily? Can't remember right now. Yeah. These guys make use of the power poles. It's actually A-OK. And there we go. Now this thing should be able to run at full speed at all times. Why are you crying? You're liking silica. I'm assuming you're lacking... you have an excess of water again. And I don't get it. Other than maybe because this thing yet will keep maintaining its flow rate. Five times 100 is 500. No debates. 5 times 80 is 400. 100%. There's 100 of difference. And yet that thing keeps on causing issues. So I'm assuming it is, yeah, because these can't run at all times. All the time because of... Oh, what the freak? So you're not consuming enough water. And that's why, because this one then is allowed to send some stuff in. That might happen. And then you can't get your water out in time. Yeah, to the point where I'm thinking, like, maybe we should just make sure the valve remains a little slow. Might be with a better. I like the cake version better. Yeah. Cake on cake. You put a cake on a cake, you get a cake on cake. You know, it's still cake. You didn't double the cake. It's just cake. More of the same. Torta po torta. Those are all green. Those are all green. You... Ah, right, yeah. And we have an excess currently being sunk here, just like your excess. And I'm thinking we kind of wanna change this. Yeah, we don't change the logic here. So I want you to shove everything you have, so the first and foremost, into here. Which means the outputs go here. So we turn that in, give that one a merger. So we can have another for smart splitter. So this awesome sink is not meant to, remain here. There you go. It's a lot of extra silica flowing in there. Now, and slowly but surely things below are getting saturated. And then everything's just being sent down into the sink. So now in theory we're making 300 chips a second. Oh, right, we can check. Keep on forgetting about that one. Of course you're not there. Okay, let's see, we'll be under logistics. We find the conveyor throughput. We'll just calculate how many of these are we freaking throwing away. 540 a minute? Well, that can't be right. Okay, those shiny elevators being all copper colored looks they look pretty cool. I gotta say. Now we have these splitters here. Maybe we turn this last one into a smart splitter with overflow going then forward. And then that one would then... So we change the direction of these. So they also come in here. They merge and also go through a splitter. So we have one dedicated sink for this entire flow of production. All go into a sink here. Would be one way of doing it. And then the proper output then is sent back on a belt that's like next to this thing, going over here and taking the left there, which is absolutely doable thanks to the magical fact that we have you guessed it, a hiking catwalk. Thank you, Ko-Fi. But double the cake does sound like a win-win. That's very true. But it doesn't become more like... It's still cake, it doesn't become like cake plus. It's just more of cake. It's just a bigger cake, but it's still cake. Now I want cake. Damn you all. Who could have done this? Well, would you look at these ugly ass, gray ass walls? Well, we can't have that. Where's my avocado? There it is. There, make you all avocado colored too. See, you even got the brown of the pit there. Straight up 100% avocado. Now we're making these chippies to make computers, so we wanted a bunch of them. We're making now more than 660 copper sheets, in fact. So there's an excess of those. There should be an excess of ingots and an excess of copper sheets. And that's why we needed a dedicated sink there, because they should be chucking shit in there. Now we could then also consider putting in a storage thingy somewhere, like a buffer, especially for the ingots in case there's any hiccups in the ore delivery. That way everything can maintain. Because if everything has a buffer between its output and the next input, that means the following machine can always keep on running at full speed, even if the previous one is stuttering because it doesn't have all the inputs it needs. Especially true for the for the ingots, because they're dependent on the ore. I wonder, like, should I have a fluid buffer as well for the diluted quartz, because that sometimes slows down a bit? Perhaps. But what was the plan? The plan was with the chippies to make some computers. Which ones do we make? The crystal or the Caterium? For the crystal ones, and then we need more of the AI limiters for this one already, and rubber. But I think we can go with the Caterium one in the end. So this one would make, okay, this one would give us more per per circuit board, but then it requires other components. For the circuit board, with the other one we have 300. So 10 of those would require the 150. We're making 300, so we could do 20 machines. So 10 would be 37, so we could make 65. 75 a minute, and we need a grand total of 36 to make 9 supercomputers. Double checking, was there anything else we wanted to make with these circuit boards other than just go a little ham, go a little nuts? Yeah, we could make some radio control systems, but we don't need to at the moment. Not here, at least. Not yet, because if we did, then we'd have to make crystal oscillators anyway. Ah! No. We'll be exporting the circuit boards to Nuka Quantum, where we're making the crystal oscillators, and that's what we wanted to make a little bit of excess of those as well, because then we just need aluminum casing and rubber. The rubber's already being imported there by the magical train, and these be used in the crystal oscillator production, and aluminum casings are, well, we need more aluminum anyway. But we can then, we do have actually an export machine for those. So then that could be used to make radio control units, which we will then combining with the fused frames that we're making over at the manufacturing north, that's right next to it, to make the pressure conversion cubes for the pasta machine. Yeah. So pew pew, after day 20 in Valheim, me and my brother have taken down 4 bosses so far. Nice. Congratulations. Yeah. My Valheim progression is occasionally fast, often slow. So I get, sometimes you go adventuring, and then often you just, well, no, let's build a nice house. So like this, I spent like a couple of weeks building, like, someone wanted a mansion. Or let's do like, why don't you build a mansion? So I did. Took a while. Oh yeah, and then the silicon high-speed connectors. And for the adaptive control units. So don't go, I guess, too insane. Because we wanted to make these supercomputers times 9, so then we needed extra chips for everything else. So I'm hoping we'll be left with an excess once we then have everything done, and then those can be used as an export for the nuclear pasta factory. Right now we have the silica, we have the chippies, we just need to import some Caterium, and we got some nice quick wire production. There was a pure Caterium node a bit further to the east, and I think we're gonna do a secret spaghetti through the belt rather than link it via a drone or anything. And then south of this factory, on the southern side, that was the plan, wasn't it? Yeah, on the southern side of this road, we will make another leached Caterium ingot production facility. So the... Right. Now we're making 9 of these. And that's 3 times 12. That'd be 36, yeah. 36 computers. 2 AI and, yeah. 18 AI limiters and 27 high-speed connectors. And 252 plastics, so the plastic production is going to be... Yeah, we need to ramp up our plastic production very, very aggressively. Now, the AI limiters we can do within the quick wire and the copper. On the plastic one... It's kind of more resource efficient, though. Consider the whole quick wire. And but the traditional AI limiter just needs the copper sheets and the quick wire. And like I said, we have an excess of those already. So and that one would make 5, we need 18, so we have 4 machines. So we can make 20 of those. So we make a little bit of excess and chuck it all in the sink. Now... That'd be with 4 and 7 for 20 AI limiters would be 100 copper sheets. And 400 quick wire. Okay. And then the silicon high-speed connector. We have the silica. And let's see here. We needed a grand total of 27 of these. That's 9 machines. Exactly. In other words, we're making 10. Yeah, those going in a manufacturer. Well, 9 would be good because then we can use, a splitters goes into 3 always, so it'd be a nice even-ish distribution. 9 would be a 9 would be 3 by 3. Where are these used? An alternate for the EM connection rod using stators and high-speed connectors. Well, the idea is to make an excess of everything, so how about instead of 9, they would do 12 machines. Then that would produce 3 machines make 9. Wait, no. See, 10 times 3 is 30. 2 times 36. So that'll make 36. 12 machines, and then we can use the similar logic that we use for the avocado house and having a tower of 3s. Then we can do... yeah. Let's do that just because, you know, we have the silica. Might as well burn through it. So let's see here. We do then 36. So 36x high speed connector is 12x. Cell manufacturers. And that would require 90. I'm saying it's 900 plus 180. 1080. 1080x. Quick wire. 375 plus 75 is 450. Still within our production budget. Yeah, that thing's consuming like 660 silica. We're producing 1,300 something. Well, that would still be possibly enough. Well, these are pretty much the two things we want the silica for, so it'll be fine. As long as you don't look too close. And then be 30 plus 2, so 36 circuit boards. Yeah. So 36 circuit boards. So the circuit boards we'll be making 300 a minute, so I'm pretty sure we're okay on that front. And we looked at the AL limiters, which could be done with copper sheet and quick wire. And used in making heat sinks. These guys. I mean, we could bring in some alkaline and stuff. We can make an alternative heatsink. Export some of these copper sheets. We'll do something with them eventually. And right. Now we need to choose a computer recipe. Now the deuterium one would be better per circuit board. I mean just the crystal one. But the other one just requires raw materials, whereas crystal oscillators are kind of complex. I would still take the rubber. And what else did we have? And then the AR limiters, which would be taking the potentially copper sheets or something else. Oh, but we are making the quartz here though. Gosh darn it. So making the quartz crystals already. We are making a ridiculous amounts of rubber. This is true. And that would save us with, on the deuterium quick wire, now we needed a grand total of 36 computers. And 36 would be 12 machines. Possibilities. We can do it this way. That's 12 times this. We do then 36x computer equals question mark x. Now if we do this one, then assemblers. If we do 12, then we can use the existing blueprints for the circuit boards even. And that would be for 36. Means this recipe times 12 would be 45 plus 9 being 54. So 54 circuit boards. I have a feeling we could probably, if we need more silica in the other production, we can just underclock our circuit board production, maybe just a little bit, just a smidge. 300 might have been just a touch excessive. Well, that's okay. We're worth a lot of points. Coupon, so that's okay. And that means we do 15 plus 3, 18 crystal oscillators. Okay, because then the AI limiters, we can do with we need those then for the crystal oscillator. When did you start shaving thy head? I'm trying to remember, when did I begin? It's been a few years now, so 4 or 5 years maybe? I first cut it short in the hopes that we could, I don't know, deal with the balding, but then sadly had to start shaving it. Oh yeah, no, so it's sort of like, because I've had like long hair down here, long hair, dyed red for most of my sort of adult life, and well, at this point I guess, yeah, it's still most, and then sadly, male pattern balding reared its ugly head, and then I just, experienced short hair for a little while, and then I started shaving it away because, there's no hiding it. I don't even have like a nice one bald spot, but I have like some here and a little here, so like 2 of them, so there's no hiding it. Male balding is the future for so many of us, it is true. At least I got to experience having long hair, and I miss it dearly. So wham. We can do the math that way, and we need this recipe times 10, so 180 quartz crystal, well that is 100% fixed. So then we do 18 crystal oscillator. The next manufacturers requiring 180x crystal, 126 rubber, and 18x AI limiter, and the previous one required also 18 AI limiters, so we need a grand total of 36 AI limiters. 36x AI limiter. Seems my hair has migrated down to my chin. Best for the beard. Well, congratulations. If you find the bones of my really, very like early kind of like cast time streams, that was my like scraggly attempt at a beard, and it was in the end I saw myself in I saw my own stream, and I saw how just tragic it was. So I just I made the right call and shaved it off. That's all I could do. Save myself and my loved ones. My dad could not grow one. Yeah, my dad has a pretty even beard, and I think of my brothers, my youngest one is the only one who can grow a like decent even beard. I got like patches here, and a bit on the sides, you know. It was only through desperate overgrowth and waxing I can like have my dapper moustache happening as well. Now then, the AI limiter, the recipes. We're gonna have to go with the plastic version. Moustache dapper as fuck. Thank you. It's all I got. So all my energy is going into this one. And all the wax hides the fact of, yeah, how thin it actually is. Haha. Knock that you well, sir. Well, thank you. I do my best. Plus also I'm taking it to like, currently trying to take it to like ridiculous levels. I don't think I can really see the detail here, but this is like, it's like literally starting to corkscrew. And I think that's hilarious. And I'm just gonna go down that road. What's the point in having all kinds of cool facial hair if we can't have fun with it? Now 36 doesn't go into 8. 32 does. So the 4.5 times our answer, right? 2 times that is 16. 4 is 32. And plus 4. Does that mean... Yeah. 9 times... Yeah, 36 is 9 times 4. You know what? It's fine. Let's do 4 times that. 4 times 120 is 480. Plus 60 is 540. Right? 480. Plus 60 is 540. So the quick wire has already gone past the our needs are more than one belt can handle. 4 times 28 would be I'll do the 4 is 80, and 4 times 8 is again 1632. So 80 plus 32 is 112. But I realize that is dumb. I wish just honestly just do 40. And then 40x would be 5x. Assemblers. That'll be then in nice even 600 quick wire, and there's 280 to 140. There, because the excess can be potentially exported, otherwise just dumped in a sink. Excellent. So now we have some plans for how to get from where we are now into the magical land that is computer. Now, the crystal oscillator will be... So first we need to make the AI limiters. So we can make the crystal oscillators. So we can make the computer. And AI limiters will also be used by the supercomputer. In other words, we need, for all of these, quick wire. So quick wire production is next. There we go. So these guys are doing their best. You yeller. Why? Because you are... Oh, you're actually low on ingots somehow. Oh, that is true. We have... $15, got 30 machines. Tell me, son, what is 30 times... $675. So you should, in fact, not be having... Nothing like it's not the belt's fault. Any rain over there, Hanno? I haven't noticed any, but today in the morning we had to go driving and do some stuff, and there were some really dark clouds nearby in the horizon, but I don't think any of them actually came to us. They went sort of just past us. So 675. 37.5. Would be like 20 times. $675. Yeah, so there should be an excess, but it is in fact copper ore that is holding us back now. Well, all the things. Local downpour happens here too. And rain over at Mom's place, but not here. Yeah, that'll happen. Ooh, would you look at that? So, our copper exports need some help. We're figuring out about decorating all of this a bit better once we have everything, you know, running. $423 coupons. But they're all running though, so that's a-okay. But here, just 5 kilometers away. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to go make sure our copper ore extractor is well, aggressive enough to be able to maintain all of these. And then we have the train that pretty much is only going fit to bring in more quartz for here. And I was wondering if we'd add into that one some copper fetching. I'd like to just have a third train. Let's do a third train. Oh, you're the fruity cuprum? Timetable is Copper ore pickup. And fruit computers import. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. I will just take a little train ride. So I think my copper miners could be upgraded to Mark 3s, and we can improve the belts and try to make sure that we have better throughput with it all. And after that one, I guess we'll have to do the Deuterium mine. And see about, do we add another train? Or do we just belt it over? Because it should be right here, up there on the hill. Ah, nice. There you do it right there.
Mellow greetings to ye, O son of Hanu. Happy Friday and all that it brings.
Thank you, Oshag. Lovely to hear from you. Hope you're doing well and hope you have a most delightful Friday yourself. Speaking of, I've been on for like 4 hours. I might have a small break soon. Go stretch my legs. Alright, so you've got 3 wagons just so we can have a wagon at the 3rd stop here. Okay, there is a bunch of ore there, which is good. But I still suspect... Okay, you're full, and this buffer is doing good. Well, well. Can't have that now, can we? See? Don't shine it red for me. Don't. There we go. 1171 items per minute. Ooh, that is true. We can double the sort of uptake. There we go. There we go. So many things. And building all the stuff. Making all the machines. Doing our best. I think this one, yeah, that's been upgraded to Mark III. That one is probably also a Mark III already. And I'm assuming I might have hopefully also upgraded this one. So I don't see much of a visual difference between the Mark IIs and 3s and so on. Yeah, they're identical. Very annoying, that. An extra 300 a minute. And also, I'm considering just putting up walls so we can sort of hide, hide what's happening here. And oh, that is true. Actually, we probably should by doing this. And with this, we should probably... Why don't we put a, say, splitter? I mean, a merger. Because if I do think it'll be better if they can sort of share inputs. Being filled as fast as you're being emptied out. And now this thing should be able to refill itself at, yeah, 2,400 a minute. So you can't do anything while this animation is happening. But once it's done, these are building up a decent, large buffer, which will then aggressively start filling up here. Yeah, excellent. And that's all of these are working pretty well. Wonderful, wonderful. There's still limestone nodes and other nodes. Yeah, that's what looks at. The next big thing, which could and should be the Ethereum node there on the left. Yeah, the hogs aren't spawning here anymore. So there on the right. There it is. So that one needs to be mined. And... Okay, and we're bringing the belt over here, down here, down to the side, and into the road. Because there's the pure sulfur node there as well. It's okay. Stuff comes here. Goes down here. Then angled that way, goes into the wall. And then heads that way. And then halfway, there's the pure Caterium, the sulfur coming from there. And that's what we use to make the sulfuric acid, so we can make the leached Caterium ingot, so we can maximize ingot per piece of ore. And then we'll add those. And then we'll also end up adding some more of the Caterium export stations. Oh. Surprisingly flat. Before we get too attached to that plan, let's double check will it actually work. There. I'd say the answer should be yes. We can even do the good old wall hole. Then the wall holes. God dang it, but there you go. Wrong way around. Oh, that was good. Surprisingly flat also covers your singing. I was trying to make it "that's what she said" joke, but then I realized that's probably more like that's what he said. But then wait, no, that's that way around is considered insensitive. Let's light it. That one can be a landmine. Yeah. Slightly crooked is also straight. I don't know if it's straight, but it's close enough.
Stepping on a landmine has changed my outlook on life entirely. I'm half the man I used to be.
Nice one. I approve. It was a very emotional event for me. It went to pieces. Yeah. It just fell apart, really. Oh, right. You see, no, that won't help me at all. But you see, if we do this, I can now use that one. No. So tricky, like trying to get like the freaking frame wall on the outside of these things when it keeps on wanting to go inside. But turns out there was a trick to it. Let's see here. Will that actually work? Apparently, yes.
What's black, white, and red all over? Sunday's newspaper, and maybe a zebra and a blender.
Oh no, not the blender jokes. That's where the dead babies live. Two and a one, and You know what? That's fine. It's good enough. Close enough. There we go. Come on, you silly goober there. Huh. And honestly, it looks surprisingly okay. Ah, it's one of those weirdos again. There we go. All the shards. There you go. 1200 per minute. Ethereum ore. Heck yeah. Because... yeah, the other facility is also going through an entire pure Ethereum node at 1200. Yes, worked. Look at the walls. We find from here the door. We do the materials. We do make a concrete version. It's the fresh air in here. Very bad. I need to go get me some more drinks. Oh yeah, we're supposed to have a small break. Whoops. I'm very bad at taking care of myself. Gosh darn, come on. Architecture. Ladder. There. There we go. Wham, wham, bam. And this way, see, hiding all this long-form spaghetti inside of the road keeps the train looking much nicer and neater. And you can see we have coal and sulfur on with the conveyor belts, the stacked ones and everything. So even it being just one like 4 meter bit tall, you can already fit a lot of stuff in here. But I was thinking if I were to remake the road design, I'd probably make the insides even bigger, to be honest. Alright, so with Deuterium, or here, we'll be able to grab onto the sulfur from here. We'll put in a splitter or something, because it is also producing 1,200, and we most definitely do not need quite that much. Now all of these are full, which means... There, yeah. The incoming transfer rate has increased by just bringing in some more of the stuff. You're unhappy because you're full of water? Nope. You're low on the dissolved of the silica. Meaning you are low on rocks. Yeah. Hey there, did one GL with satisfaction levels? Yeah. This thing I'm pretty happy with. Have an actual elevator and everything. I'm glad I realized that I can make good use of the roll-up gate by just having essentially a larger gate hole. Yeah, apparently we need more raw quartz. And we got 2 trains. We should have 2 trains bringing in quartz. Now this one alone, one's actually enough to fix the issue with the copper. So we should add to you there you go. There you go. Oh. Also out of the nitric gas. I mean, you're still doing your best. There we go. So it's the everything train. the everything train failing us? Huh. So yes, food cuprum should maybe go to all three then, eh? You know, just in case. That one does do a rather long spin. So if we had... Because that one pretty much in front of us is only bringing in the quartz. And this one has been like halfway emptied. So when if we had a second... like buffer. Ah, okay. Yeah. So you go to organization and then industrial storage, and we put an industrial storage, say there. We press H to lock it in. You see this one has two belts coming out into the inputs, then one belt goes out into the outputs. There we go. So that way, if that happens again, that we have two trains close to each other, this thing will never sort of... So this thing then drains extra fast, and those will never run out of rocks. Now you are upsetty because you are low on... Yeah, slightly low on rocks. There we go. And this thing should be able to have more storage than this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, about the same. Yeah. It should be now emptying at 2,400 per second. So that'll keep those flowing. Hey there, Knapsar. Hope you're doing well. It's going alright. It's a little hot out in here in the room I'm in, but other than that, we have our machines here running. Oh, you're yellow. Why are you yellow? Those are all okay. Oh yeah, because we ran low on silica because we ran on low on the dissolved silica. Yep, that should all work just fine. Kind of wondering if I could fit like a couple of these here. What about you, Knapsar? Hope you're doing good. The production here is producing. The factory is doing a growth. Let's see if we could fit one there. I have a new fancy phone, stinky, filthy consumer. Oh no, how dare you consume? There. So I want these to be able to overproduce, if necessary, so they can constantly keep on consuming the quartz and the acid, and that way these should be then able to constantly run, because now there's buffers to maintain the offset in their productions, allowing these buggers to keep on running. This one, of course, takes the longest to fill up, because these need to be like more aggressively filled up first, and they should be able to maintain it. Ran out of quartz. And these guys will go through a lot of quartz. Fallen into Brand's arms and improved his life with product. He's lost us, Chad. He will now consume like he's never consumed before. Buying the things, enjoying the life, seeing the stuff. An absolute travesty. Okay, copper sheet, silica. And so we should be producing around 300 circuit boards a minute currently, which is... I mean, we're not doing anything with them, we're just sinking them, which is also, I did the math for our future products. We're going to do with these things also just vastly in excess. So that's kind of neat. But we're making some coupons by just sinking them all, so that's neat. Oh. And currently we're actually producing 280 a minute. So it's close to the around 300 they should be making. Yeah, the problem is the silica production. Now for the other producers, we'll be needing the quickwire and stuff. That's why we brought in the Caterium over here into this corner, and we're going to make a Caterium processing facility down here. So I don't think we'll be needing a train connection or anything. We'll do it similar to this thing, just have a bunch of refineries in a row, because we got all the water we could ever need right here in the oceans. And we have a large amount of sulfur, which we can just belt in. Easy peasy. And train. So, because the sulfur to make the sulfuric acid, and the sulfuric acid to do the leach Caterium ingots. And does, I do believe, the... Oh, wrong button. Not again. The sulfuric... Sorry. The sulfuric acid is... Oh. It's just sulfur and water. Well, that's easy. That's nice. And then we do that and this to make the leach Caterium ingots. And then there you go. Bob's your uncle and all that. Then... Let's see here. We need 54 per minute of the Caterium ore. Make 36. I think we've done this math already once before, but let's do it again. Done, it's too bright. There we go. So so that's 54 ore. So we do bringing, so 54 divided, no, I mean 12 other way around. So 1200 divided by 54 means we need 22.2 machines. And that means we got 22 times 36. We're producing grand total of 800 ingots. And change that one. We need 666.6. Acid. Now to make that much acid, sulfur, for the sulfuric acid. Well, that's a 1-to-1 ratio. Only 666 sulfur. I'm not. Got it down. Says 2 above games. Which means we do this and then divide that by 50. We need 13.3 machines. So in grand total, we need a 36 machines. Maybe 37 if we do the down clocking. Bit of a setup, but nothing too bad. Keep it on low so we don't need no bumps. Hey, okay. And because we're not doing a train connection, means we don't have to build on high. Even though it does look neat. It's more of a wide build like this on the other side here, and it'll be a-okay. But hey, I need to have myself a bit of a break. Need to go to the toilet, refresh my drinks, stretch these legs. I've been on for over 5 hours already. You can enjoy the joys of Fruit Factory, I guess. Oh no, the machine's turning yellow. Let's go here so we can see the green ones instead. That's a nice fun view. Now these guys. You can enjoy the funny little roundabouts of the silica. There we go. So, be right back. Oh, there's ads happening. Sorry about that, but I gotta go to the toilet. So, I'll be right back. See you soon. And I have returned, my friends. Ah, quick sec. There we go. I had to open a can. Didn't want to do it on mic. There we go. For some proper hydration. Yeah. So the dissolved silica is just not keeping up because our quartz inputs just aren't enough, even with the third train. Okay, these are still working just fine. So no rush on that front. There we go. Okay. Okay. So the sulfur could pretty much be brought down like from around here. So first we have the sulfuric acid production. Deuterium brought down further that way. Nice big. Whoa. Come on, you wild lad. Nice big fields this way. Come on. Come on, ya booger. There you go, friendo. Yes. So then we're going to have a look-see at our beautiful Blueprint Designer Mark III. So I keep on forgetting I have this thing now. Chin chin. Happy Friday, everyone. Oh. That was nice. Now. Okay. First we take in water and the... Sorry. Yeah, in both instances we have a solid and a liquid input. So use the same sort of array we've used here. So we'll look at our production, we'll look at our refinery. Now, one thing that would be another quality of life feature that I would like to see in Satisfactory from Factorio is they can set like wild cards and like preset the recipes when you make the blueprint. So when you slap it down, it'll ask you like, what kind of blueprint do you want? The parameterization, that's the one. That's the term I was looking for. Thank you, Kofi. And for this one, I think it'll be better to have the belts further down on account of the lack of space. Oh, and... no. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. That'll already save us some time. But like delete all of these to match, delete the 3 to match the 1, then realize it's much faster and better just delete the 1. And then we look at our logistics and the pipeline junctions. I wonder if we could get these. Okay, answer is no, that ain't gonna work. We'll have to do it another way. Okay, so stackable pipeline it is. And number 9. Noodle to the rescue. And we can't do the outputs. There we go. And the icon will be for... .4x4 refinery, solid, and 2x input. Input. Then we check out our blueprint, so we find, of course, the undefined refinery. Now, we want the inputs to be both the sulfur. Let's do 2 tubes worth. Actually, I'm gonna have the water being pumped from over here or whatever, you know, that's fine. Sulfur will be just belted down from there, like in the middle, between those. Yep, it'll be neat, it'll be fine, it'll be heckin' dandy. Now, to make the acid, we needed 13 machines. Now, this is 8. Now, frankly, probably could have scooted that one to the side a little bit in that one, but all in all, it's okay. And we need you to make sulfuric acid. Being copied, be pasted. Now this would be 16 machines, we needed 14. And we can make an excess. Now what all could we do with sulfuric acid that would be handy for stuff? Sorry. Now, instant scrap takes bauxite, coal, and sulfuric acid and water to make just straight up aluminum scrap and water. We are producing silica right next to us. But there is a coal vein being sort of pumped in there as well. So if we brought in some bauxite, with a little bit of this, we can make aluminum on site. Now, if we then play with the idea we make 16 refineries making an excess of acid just because we can. Because if we then, we make some bauxite, we can make alumina solution, and then the fast aluminum so we can make casing on site, and with the solution make more batteries here. But we have a lot of drones now, so I'm afraid my one battery machine might not be able to keep up with my ever-growing, pointless complexity. And as such, no, I know it's realized. Crap, sorry if you're still there. You never told me what kind of phones you got. I mean, you don't have to share if you don't want to. What kind of fancy thing did you get in the end? And the DNA capsules. Now, do. No. So do 16 times 50. 800. With 800 units of acid, we need 666.666666 and all that, so we'll just do this. Because why the heck not? I think it could be funny. And it's potentially. That may be belted sort of down here in between. Now, a giant one would be. Alright, let's do it. We'll do a glass frame foundation. Like so. Then floor hole. Smack dab in the middle. There we go. And under walls, we should find some doors. And under doors, we'll find the side doors. Make sure it is a concrete wall. Threw myself out of there, started looking at my inventory. I mean, like the recipes, and there's mid-air realized, wait, I didn't actually turn on my hover pack now, did I? Whoops. There. Now, in order to have an insanely tall thing, I think we could probably get off. You're like in the middle, right? Alright. So if we do. This is the one. Yep. Then we look at architecture. Ooh, more baristas on the outside there. Now with the conveyor lift hole right in the middle, I think we might be able to kind of cheat. Like upon so. There we go. A whole lot of sulfur. And then one of these. So frame wall. There. I think we can even get rid of that one and replace it with a sort of fake floor like that. There we go. I think I might have been building that one the wrong way around now, weren't I? God dang it. I want you to just make a nice angle. There you go. Now we can leave that. There we go. Also, that's fine on this side. Oh well. Neat enough. Now there's like a support structure holding up the lower end of this, the big old giant thing. And you're coming in. Then we need the water. And all of these will be producing the acid. Well, that's just, outgoing pipes are easy. Connect you there just so we have, and you there. So there's more bits for the Are you red? The hover puck to grab onto, pretty much. Now, right. Now this one needed producing what? I did the math here. 800 divided by 120 is 6.66 water pumps. Sounds like 7 to me. So that would be like relatively straight. That is a decent looking curve. Oh, there, Meryl. Sure. There we go. So maximum consumption is at around 91,000, 80,000. Apparently it keeps on fluctuating, that's okay. A power boost at 25, your capacity is at 112-ish, 110,000. Current consumption is at, 50, 60. And we have 11 gigawatts, megawatt hours in storage. Probably going to get more if I once I get around to building another couple of levels to my random battery tower. Hey there, Carpet Thighs. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I haven't built a proper like turbo fuel. I mean, I do have a turbo fuel plant, but that's just because I wanted to. I need a turbo fuel for something. I thought I might as well burn it. And right now, it's actually overproducing turbo fuel. I have my own like normal fuel factory, power factory still running, coal factory is running, but I do have a full loop of nuclear reactors all the way to fixed site. And Fixonium. Was it fixed site or Fixonium? I think it's fixed site. And Fixonium. So Fixonium fuel rods. And we are making one full recipe of this as well. Was there solar? I don't think that's very useful. I mean, because what would solar do in this game? So if you consider the fact that all of your power output, like all your resource nodes are infinite, right? They have throughput. So essentially it'd be similar to a coal power plant, but just without the fuel. Like I have over here, I have my coal power plant running on some coal nodes here, over the water. You build it, you set it up, you never need to look at it again. Except when your miners become better, and then I just throw in some like power shards. So I could build more water pumps and whatnot, but meh. And the nuclear one is just I did that one for fun. And one of the things once we're done with the computer stuff here, we should be slightly overproducing nitric acid actually. Oh. Yes. We'll need a new train. Let's see here. And the idea was to bring some of that over there and then like redo the fuel production and do not just rocket by see if we can how much of that we can pump all the way to the ionized ones, because we are making the power shards. I mean the synthetic shards already to make the alien power converter run at 30% instead of 10%. So that's all done. And if I sacrifice a few more of those synthetic power shards, we could then have even more power. I mean, then again, rocket fuel will probably be more than enough for anything we could need here. But I kind of want to make some ionized fuel because I'm not sure if I've ever made it. And that usually in this run has been a big motivator for things. So just why do something? Because I can. There you go. You are Gassy Gary. And you go to nitrogen gas pickup north. I have one single nitrogen gas sort of node tapped into, and it is fueling everything, and it's doing it just fine. And the next one would be fruit computers import. Save changes, go. And you can remain at default colors, it's fine. Yeah, because the first one here is for liquids and gases, so that it can then keep on bringing some more of the nitrogen gas. Yeah, perfect. Fixed. Now these would be then producing just sulfuric acid, currently in excess, but I'll be fine. Because they're making more sulfuric acid than I need, and the idea was to make sulfuric acid to turn 1,200, so one pure node of deuterium into fully just deuterium ingots. We're actually doing the same one with another pure deuterium node, but its exports are getting a little dodgy, and that's why I was thinking, well, let's do this one, and that way we can then do what we need locally, and then add some more drone ports and add some more deuterium exports. I might even turn this into like Ethereum Central. So what if we change all of our Ethereum exports, and they all bring Ethereum here to one spot, where this one is as well, and then this one has multiple export stations instead of just the one, and then that way, because I've sort of realized that I like using the import-export stations, but it's always tricky then when you think like, okay, when I need to tap into a new node to like feed everything, and then you realize, well, it'd be easier if I had like a central sort of logistics station where I ship in some stuff and from there we ship out. Might as well do it here. And then for the solar thing, I think that the closest we got to solar actually is because it would essentially, solar would be functioning identical to the hydropower, wouldn't it? Because you don't get solar during the night, you get solar during the day. Hydropower has a fluctuating, more power, less power, more power, less power. So that's why you want to combine both of those. Require a large battery sort of setup to be sensible. It could be neat. But I think, yeah, the solar wouldn't really mechanically, like game design-wise, give anything more to the game that it doesn't already have in one form or other. But that's just me and my opinion. Everyone should have their own opinion, and that is a-okay. Now, I think we're going to look at some frame foundations. I'm going to zoop it that away, because we did the math, we needed 6.6, so that'd be 7 water pumps. And yeah, we're doing the middle so that we can... Wait a minute. No. It's a silly idea. Well, let's see if it'll work anyway. What if we take these frame ramps, zoop them that way, and then equal and opposite frame ramp. So now there's a ridge, and along the ridge, we can bring in the pipe. What do you mean surface is too uneven? I guess he doesn't like those intersections. There's an SF Plus. Ooh. That would make sense. People do like modding in all kinds of stuff. There we go. For 6 hours. Oh, how the game must always make fun of me and my rookie numbers. A mere 6 hours. That looks about right. There we go. That'll work for now. And then we have a look-see here at the magical machine. That is a water. Extract her. That's about right. We do here, we do that. 1. $800, that's more than one of these can handle. Well, that's fine. Well, let's add more. Because 5 of these is 600, right? So we need any more than 5, right? Yeah. That's how it works. I know these things. There we go. So that would be enough for the entirety of the Mark II. Okay, now, how did we actually need? $14. Yeah, okay. It's still above the. I'm gonna need 2 belts, 2 pipes, no matter what. Oh wait. This might not work. Can't remember how crazy the fluid systems sometimes get. Let's find out together. You see, if we put a pipe here that is above a nice little stackable pipeline. Yeah, sure. 6.6. There we go. Appropriately silly. Oh. God damn it. There we go. Let's try it again. Nice. Aha. Let's see here. Yeah, new on that one. So now to figure out. There we go. So first they'll fully fill the lower pipe, then they should start filling the upper pipe as well. Now 5 of these. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the lower pipe, and these 2 in the upper pipe. There we go. And they'll get the water and everything they need. Excellent. So that has the sulfuric acid production sort of dealt with. Right on. Now all these are producing how much? Well, also an excess. More than we can actually handle, which is okay. And then in the name of because I can, I'm gonna put in some fluid buffers. And we'll see if it makes any sense. Or possibly it doesn't. Oh well. Also realized we should be painting these. There we go. Oh, buggers. There we go. There we go. And then we get a nice clippity clappity. There we go. an excess of acid being produced. Again, wonderful. And that will be used to make Ethereum ingots. Right. Start with a little sippy. And well, it's going to be using the same setup, I believe. So let's have a quick look here. Yeah, grand total 666.6 assets, so the pipe won't be enough. Ugh. Oh well, no worries. And it will need 22.2 machines. That is quite the field. Oh well. Yeah, it's time to get the zooping. That was 16 and it fits on 11. An infinite ore patch that has yield of 2 to the power 32 in Factoria. Ooh, hey there, hey there, rip accounting. No, pretty good. Well, that sounds like quite the wild patch. It's a lot of ore. One drill I can get about 8 trillion ore a second. That's pretty wild, I'll have to admit. That is very wild indeed. Alright, that is 8. No. We do 22, nope. 22 divided by 8 is 2.7, so we need to, yeah, place down the blueprint that many times. There we go. Image on the Discord server? Nice. For sex. Modding is a pathway to powers many would consider unnatural. Oh yeah. Oh, game's bugging out. Let's hope it doesn't crash. And we're all okay. And it's all okay. As long as I get a chance to finish my fantastical machines, I'll be a happy man. There we go. Oh, and the belts are connected. There we go. Sulfur pipe. Had a strange rubber burning smell for the past 2 days. Oh no! That's never good. I hope it's been sorted and settled. figured out the cause, and no one is at risk. Now someone's burning rubber. Was it just people burning rubber? Goddamn drifties. Drift enthusiasts. Now these ones are then making the leached deuterium. There we go. Collecting some burning rubber. But it's been 2 days, so we called the non-emergency line. Okay, can you smell this out? They found nothing as of yet. The smells though. Ooh. Let's hope it let's hope it's nothing too important, nothing like too dangerous. But it's a very good thing to report that kind of stuff, because infrastructure that is slowly breaking down can be pretty bad. How do you infinite ores and make quicker? You can enable infinite ores for full yield when not required. Oh, that's wild. And because we can make Caterium, of course, they need the Caterium finish. There we go. Excellent. Now, where do we bring the outputs? Now, let's get the inputs in here. Oh, would you look at that? I accidentally got it to be pretty close to... Oh, no. Nowhere near. Not bad. But falsely excited. Think that I might have done something right for once. But no. Yeah, nope. Can't be done. This one, though, looks much better. And they're full of the spicy water. Excellent. Sorry. Light might just be the local waste facility doing a derp thing. Still. Oh, absolutely, yeah. It might be nothing. But it could be something. And it's much better to be prepared for it to be something than just assume, it'll be nothing, because what if it is? And then you're fucked. And that's what the non-emergency line is there for. To keep you safe. So now it plays ball. After I figured out what I wanted. Took a while to convince it. But eventually. We got there. All right. Then how would this look? Honestly, not bad. Yeah. And same thing over here. Come on. I'm okay with this. We can add some shenanigans with the catwalks and stuff. Yeah. Now, but we wait for those. Let's see if we can do another one of them silly shenanigans here. Let's see here. Yep. Then we do the... Where's this guy? Followed by that guy. You on top. And then the logistics. Conveyor floor hole. And here as well, we then add a glass frame foundation, followed by the floor hole. There we go. No, we'll do it the other way around, yeah. we go. So. Another set of rather aggressive Deuterium ingot producers. There we go. Full of acid and ready to leach them ingots. Now, where did the ingots go, though? What is our direction of choice? Well, might as well continue that way, I guess. And it'll be easy enough to then belt a few of them over for the quick-wire, which is pretty much what all of this was for. I need a little bit of quick-wire, well, a large amount of quick-wire. And here we go. Then we do the production, logistics, and the merger. There we go. And the good thing is, we have that big old giant SAM site relatively close by as well. The Devil's Anus. So we'll then be able to tap into that and make more of the fixed site here as well. All right. I think I might have put in too many refineries. I just remember, like, oh yeah, I was supposed to delete a few, and I don't think I ever did. Meaning that we needed 22, and I think we have 24. Only 22.2, so we'll do this be, and then I'll 11%. There we go. One, two. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 24. To the right, overflow. Logistics. Smart splitter. To the left. Overflow. There we go. There you go. Not an awesome thing to eat any excess once they filled up a couple of these industrial storage containers. On this side, I guess we could cut it short here at least. There we go. Hi there, Pythos. The cat rated me in the nice. In last night? Yes, he did. Hope you're doing well, Pythos. Hope you got some good sleep, friend. There we go. Luckily staved off a nightmare that almost kept me from sleeping. Oh no! Yeah, it's very like stressful to have those nightmares that really like just won't let you be. And you're like, God dang it! I'm an adult and I need to sleep. I ain't got time for this. Away with you, devil! Is there not suffering enough in just being? All right. Nice. So now we got another large amount of caterium ingots being made, including an excess of acid, or which we use for other, sour purposes. Now we didn't need this much, but we made what we're gonna make. And if we're gonna have to, refine the caterium or node, might as well refine it all the way. Okay, so we did the math here, and that means for the high-speed connectors we need 1080 units of quick wire. And we need 540 quick wire for the AI limiters. We're also then going to need a whole bunch of plastic for those AI limiters. For rubber, I'm pretty sure we're still okay. We need 252 plastic for the supercomputers. $252. It's 112. So 252 plus 112. We need at least 364 plastic. And at least 126 rubber. Fantastic. Okay. Sorry. There we go. So, okay. I'm also thinking about let's see, 20 divided by 2.5 would be 8. I was thinking, like, well, we might as well make some gibberish quick-wire here for a little while. I'm pretty sure the quick wire is worth more points than just the ingot, but still. Very silly. Now, the other number was 540, so 1,620 quick wire. 1,620. Quick wire. Now, let's check the math for that one then. Because we're going to need a crazy factory for that one. So we do 1620 divided by 60 is exactly 27. Now, isn't that lovely? Now, 27, how many sets of 3 will that be? There'll be 9 sets of 3. Sure. Alright, let us jeep that one over there. Whip out our, not the blueprints, but the blueprint designer itself. First it says no, but we can convince him. Then it's like, oh, all right then, if you must. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, and hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Tekee hossua. On munkkia mieli. So look at this conveyor splitter. Put one there. And one there. So it's there, pretty much. Nah. That'll be cleaner. And set to 6 would be 4.5. Set to 12 would be 2.25. 2.225. I'll put 1620, and half of that is, what's that, 810. 810 per build. We'll go through both have priority splitters. Yeah. Fair enough. And from here, I think we would want then a... Let's look at our architectural options and have a look at these wonderful, yes, you guessed it, the heckin' catwalks. Now if we do the catwalk all the way from this corner. To here, we should be able to gotta keep things clean, right? And oh, these can be daisy chain. Go through the lamp a little, but you know that's not too big of an issue. Alright. So we'll zoom from here to here. How do you know, how do you chain machines for electricity like that? I only get one connection per machine. Is there something that is unlocked later? Yes, blow and smoke. It is in the Caterium tree. The research tree here for under Caterium has the power poles. So power pole Mark II, so we have more connections. Mark III, even more connections. And the last one in the chain is upgraded power connection, which is the one that allows for daisy chaining machines directly into each other. Yeah. It is a relatively new upgrade in, I think it might have even come in, you know, good old 1.2 here, but personally I feel like it shouldn't be that deep in the research tree. It's a matter of taste, of course, but so I feel like it would be more useful at a different, like earlier part in the game. Later on, I usually just, you know, put my wall. I unlock my wall outlets and beams, and I'm good to go with that. So when I'm building these larger ones, it is
Why don't you have
a little handier. Thank you very much. Thank you for the hydrate. I do appreciate it. More cleaner. It is, but at the same time, like I said, I like putting down beams and then having power connections along those. The thing is, it's clean only for some machines. Some machines, then the cables like clip through the machine, and personally I'm not a fan of that one. So if we look here at, say, I think these blenders, yeah. You see, I like building these like beams along here, and then have all of them connect to a sort of wall connector on a beam, and that gives us a nice, clean flow through the factory. Now, that's a matter of taste, of course. And that is most questions on design. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do this. Yeah. As you might have noticed, I like my catwalks. Oh dang. Nothing cuts through there. Oh well. Can't be done. There we go. No unfortunate clipping. There's the input hole. Now if these are here, then we're gonna have to take these out. Because now the blueprint will be connecting to the actual, like, grid size. There we go. Because they didn't with these, and they had some of the, like, factory stuff I made there. Which is, you know, slightly less than amazing. We need a grand total of 27 machines. There we have 6 in a row, so we need that set up 2.6 times. No. 4.5 times. Now we can do that. I think the two of them like facing each other. Facing each other. Yeah, sure. And then 1 set of 3, yeah. There we go. Alright. Now where's the console? The icon will be the... No. The constructor, that's what he was called. Seems acceptable. And this is 6x constructor. That's good to me. Save blueprint. Clear designer. And it says 4.5 times, so I guess we're gonna make it 5 times, because why not? We do have the... Pretty sure we have more than enough ingots happening. Yeah. There's 12. No? There. 324, and we're making, I believe, 800, so should be fine. So that means the outputs from these would be then melted in together. We need some of them on that side. We need a... We're gonna need a new train station anyway for it to then bring in the rubber and stuff. So I guess we might as well have the quick wire factory be a kind of continuation of this one. Yeah, why not? Let's see here. Now the size of the blueprint we just made was around this big, and we got 2 of those facing each other, and that was around... Let's see here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 3. So it's 6 by 7. If you want them facing each other. 2. And now we'll zoop it, so it'll be comes in from here, and the output we will, yeah, so 7. And 6, so that'll be 5. So that'll be the minimum size. Gosh darn you bugger. Minimum size for the building we're going for here. Material coated concrete. Yeah, but we don't want it to be actually touching stuff here, so it'll be need 2 more. And 2 more. Look at the blueprint, 6x6 constructor. Oh, there we go. And so put you there. Realize our mistake. I'll try it again on this side. Okay, they could have been closer. No, that'll still work. And output is gonna go there, so it might as well come back, I guess. Nice, tasteful, fully golden buildings. We're making quick wire, so why not? Now then. The minimum height is 3. We're making it gold, and we might want it to be kind of coolish, so we do from here on up. So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. You can have the middle one be completely open, I think. Yep. One at 4.5. We can start with these. Green comes in on the sides. All right. There we go. So I can keep using my hover pack. So technically we could take out these as well. Yeah, up by the 1 meter, right. That's what I get for trying to be fancy. And then forgetting all about it. There we go. And under walls we find X-frame windows and golden walls. Yep, that's the design we're going to go for. And then the inverted version. There we go. Yeah. I'm quite okay with this, with the concept we're working with, building on here. Now we'll figure out the ceiling situation when we get there. Alright, let's figure out the belts. Ah. So how do we get stuff out from here? I'm thinking we'd have a... Oh, okay, I guess I might have figured this one out. There you go. Combine their shit and send it all the way down. Now, of course, we do need another level, then, don't we? Kinda forgot about that one already. Now, that one only needs... There you go. Like one of these. So it's far less difficult. There we go. There we go. There we go. So we have those fixed. And we then have an angled roof, I guess, so it's more open this way. And that way we'll see if we can... No, of course, except we can't. You know, get these to match. They're off by 1 meter. Well, there's one way to do it, I guess, which includes jumping to these ramps and choosing the 1 meter foundational stairs. Change the materials for the coated concrete here as well. Change these to nice catwalk corner. And the architecture we find... Oh wait, no, we can't do that. And for this one we would want... Probably... First it's just straight, then... Yeah. We'll do it from here. There you go. And then we do modern railing. And can I squeaky put it up? I can. There we go. So now there's like a logical connection. Well, at least logical to me.
Well, Henlo, we keep on building and building and crafting and building and making things go up and up and down and up and down some more and all around.
You're quite right, Choji. What blueprint you use the most? Ask Soup Guy. Probably my roads and my like blueprint for the train sort of support beam, the roundabout, and then my roadblocks. And hey there, Choji. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're building all kinds of complicated nonsense here. Going overboard with all kind of stuff. And then for stuff like this, I might make like just I sort of throw away quick blueprints so I can then just make a more sort of coherent factory ish. I got shot in my foot. Hurt real bad. Oh no! I hope it feels better soon, friend. But you know, we're surviving. That's the way it is. Just gotta keep on surviving until we can get to thriving. That was wrong. It's a half step up, not a full step up. So I'd say yeah, the blueprints I use the most just really depends on what kind of project I'm working on. So I might make the unique blueprint for that project, which is usually how it goes. But yeah, the one I've been using most in this save would be my roadblocks. My T-crossing, my straight block, then the train ones. Because if you look at the road has more options, but the trains, because they can do the... well, the train track is pretty like noodly. So it's just a pillar. And then you auto-connect when you build it to the previous one. And then there's the roundabout. And they happen to be centered just right on the same size as the roadblock, so that's why they fit beneath each other so neatly. So I got lucky with that one. Yeah. So the outputs have now been kind of set up. This one's outputting into this direction for some reason. I'm not entirely certain yet. We'll figure it out when we get there. And here as well. So we can either... See, this way you go down, you go down, you go down, you go up. You explore. And from here, yeah. And then from here, these guys can go down. Means, of course, we'll need, say... might be a bit too tight. It isn't, but it feels too tight. There we go. The hope is that this shot breaks up the fibromas that are in my feet. The pain was nowhere near as bad as the time they did shots near my spine and caused me extreme pain for hours on top of the heavy anxiety. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, the painful things can... You know, they will easily skip logic, and then you just get your massive anxiety. Even though you sort of know that, okay, there's nothing really bad happening. But one thing to intellectually know something and then, you know, get your body to believe it. Right. Same problem. Be off by 1 meter. Keep talking about my blood pressure, though. Like I'm gonna die in a second. Now, especially when you have anxiety issues, they're like, "Oh no, your blood pressure." So I'm like, "Yeah." I mean, that's just how it is nowadays, you know. Not much like we can do about it. Ah. Okay, we can leave all of that. And I forgot all about our precious friend, the elevator. Let's do walls. Nice golden Caterium finish. We zoop that shit all the way over there. Take you out. Transport. Personnel elevator. There we go. There we go. Golden details. All of it good to go. There we go. So the power will be coming from here. Oh. Under power, find the double wall outlets. We connect the oh, yes. Power that way. There we go. There we go. Oh, right. They should get a recipe, by the way. I'd probably help him out. No making of the things, yeah. All yellow, all yellow, all yellow, all yellow. And all yellow. Excellent. So now they got power and they got the recipe. They don't have any inputs or anything. And there's Oryx. Good morning to you. There we go. Okay. Now the inputs. I guess will be coming through. Should we go on the outside or should we just... Now they are producing, I believe it was, so 54. So we do 100 divided by 54 plus 22.22 do and times 36. So yeah, 800. So they will most definitely fit on a single belt. So we could then have the outputs be shipped. Okay, but we already have these. Might as well make use of the existing storage containers so they go since. There you go, you get 50-50. So now that one is split. Oh, Jesus Christ. Split evenly there. It could be snaked into this one. There you go. And they're all running. Now this one has this guy here. There we go. All right, wonderful. Now, where do we send the output? The name of silica complexity. I think we could send it along the roof. Because no matter what happens, it's gonna go that way. Yeah. I do like the Mark 6 belts. They look nice. That's very true. They look very nice indeed. Full of all kinds of cool stuff, like cool effects. And you can paint them too. Tyrium finish. Nice gilded ones. But for now, they can hang on to the normal paint. And then these guys come up here. Now the output of this entire place is Let's see here. So we have 6, 12, 24. We have 30 machines making 60 per minute. So that is 30 times 60. A grand total of 1800. Well, that is a bit more than the Mark 6 belts can handle. Well, hello there, Everyday Bear. Welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? What are you up to? Ooh, games and demos. What have you been trying out? Well, hello there, Everyday Bear. Everyday Raid Bear. Hey there, been Santi. Every Raid Bear. Not all of them. There are too many bears. You can barely keep track. Hello there, Agent Zoe Morgan. Hope you're doing well. Hey. Do good, thank you. Glad to hear it. Making mistakes. That's what I do. Hey there, Skylarker. Lots of good stuff. Combo Lands, Dorts, and the Zibbo Show. Ooh, Combo Lands could be addictive. Well, hello there, Knapzor. Been hanging out in all them other streams. All the better streams, eh? I'm just not good enough to keep a Knappy entertained anymore. Oh, it feels like people are greeting me so formally, like, oh, you better not be checking my search history, Miss FBI. Yeah. No! Not me. Ha. Well, Miss FBI, I'm not under your jurisdiction. So there's that. Can't tell me what to do. You're not my government, my government agency. Ours is super. Soil police. Got to raid and run. I'll be lurking. Thanks for the shout out. Good luck with the factory. Hey, thank you, Everyday Bear. Take care of yourself. Streaming can be very tiring, and I have no idea what time zone is. So, you know, what's going to happen is going to happen, and take care of yourself, friendo. Okay. Oh no, bugger. Some silly funny idea is otherwise good, but that thing's a little. You know what? I'm going to turn it into a feature by turning it gold. And then we do... blindingly solid golden walls. I'm okay with this, actually. Worked out better than expected. Love it when that happens. Much better than, you know, not as good as I hoped. Excellent. Like the global secret police. The agency. Oh no! Hot diggity dog. And of course, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to all kind of factory and automation games. Having a jolly good time building unnecessarily convoluted nonsense in good old Satisfactory. Gotta love it. Now, our electronics factory needed more quick wire, so we turned one entire pure node of quick deuterium. First we make some sulfuric acid, then deuterium into ingots, and then we're making an excessive amount of quick wire, which currently is being sent to nowhere. Now, to fix the whole nowhere issue, we're gonna do first. You guessed it. We have to put in some catwalks. You know, it's the rules. You know the rules, and so do I. An elevator is here. enjoy the elevator music.
Have a productive day.
Back to me and my golf cart. From the in-game Zippy. So the golden gold wire quick wire factory is being fed, yeah, but the output isn't. Like I said, it's quite literally going nowhere. It's getting like slightly elevated, and we can't combine these two because, well, half and half out of 1800. What's that? That is around 900 per. Yeah. I'm also not a fan of having them just, you know, not doing anything. So it is time to build some awesome hacking sinks. There we go. Make a heck ton of quick wire, and we're literally just throwing it all away because we need 1,000 coupons. We're up to 450. So we're getting there. Because there's that one last achievement I don't have, the golden nut. But we're getting there. So how do we get? We needed 1,620 quick wire to make the machines. So we're gonna have to have a splitter and a priority merger to turn one of these into a 900 plus 900 into a. One of those machines used 1,000. Nice. I do my notes on pen and paper. We did some to-do lists on stream, but I instantly forgot about them. So we can do some high-speed connectors. We need 12 manufacturers, I believe it was. Let's see here. Because we're making the silica, and we're making excessive amounts of quick wire. We have with truly ridiculously excessive amounts of circuit boards. And we needed 12 to make, because I'm trying to make supercomputers. And we need 27. And that would be 9 machines, yeah? And then we need more for something. I think I might have just done the math and thinking like, you know what, why don't we make 36 per minute because we can. So we need 12 manufacturers. Sure, let's go for 12 manufacturers. Oh yeah, I think it was just trying to like burn through as many circuit boards as possible because we're making 300 a minute, which is just a little excessive. So. Sorry. The dance got me again. Does that every now and then. Alright, so it'll be like what? 12 manufacturers. All in all, I'm pretty okay with that. Hey there, combat dude. Are we doing well? Hello, hello. I mean, this is just my, I made a factory to make quick wire. So a bit stuffed. Hey, well, being a little bit stuffed seems like usually a good thing to be. I'm doing quite alright. How is Glow? Glow be glowing. I'm quite liking the Mark 6 sort of like conveyor lift because you got the shiny bits, and if you paint it gold, it's like extra gold shiny. We need some lights on this building because it is all gold and Caterium walls. Nice and excessive as heck. Belts don't glow. Yes, they do. See, all these Mark 6 belts. See, those have been painted copper colored because they bring in the copper. All these high-end Mark 6 belts. The magic of the end game. Glowing belts. Belt glow. Yeah. The Mark 6 belt is, it glows because it's made of force fields. So you can see through it. Delivers a grand total of 1,200 units per second. You're idle because your output is full. You're supposed to be making like 900 a minute, but I guess you had a whole... Alright, yeah. It's still prioritizing these machines over the other ones. Fair enough. Shiny and gold. How do you deal with the walls here? Hello, drone friend. No, it's too close. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Probably add some like windows to the wall here as well, but that's first we gotta get them all to kind of work. And under architecture we find, you guessed it, it's our freaking roof bits. And under material we find the glass roof. Damn, kids! What? Oh, you bastard. I was working on stuff. I didn't know they could hit me while I was hovering. Oh, that's funny. Come on. Oh, I could just switch over to the jetpack, but there we go. Now we got power. Gotta get close enough to the train tracks. There we go. Well, good thing the ocean didn't like spill into my mug. Would hate for that, you know. Ocean flavored coffee? Mm-hmm. No, sir. Not a fan of that. Not at all. And I think we're gonna have to do a, you know, something to the corners and all that, but then also something to the giant flatness of it all. Or not. We'll find out when we get there. There we go. Nice little weird cube. Who doesn't like a weird cube? Drones are murderous machines. My first ever drone I tried to ride on. It worked, but while descending it threw me off and I diddly died. Yeah. I like the drones are murderous machines. I built one. I instantly tried to break up, went against all the safety instructions. But hey, I think we all did that. And I guess you could still ride them in the older ones. Now you can sort of try, but eventually it'll just like the it doesn't become a physics object. I'm trying to remember what exactly happened. Last time I tried to drive a fly one. I was having with the descent because it went up, and then it started like moving super fast. And in doing that, it either dropped me or threw me. I think it did a little bit of both. Oh, and... bugger. There we go. Come on. Come on. There we go. And the rest of that will be will be fixed when we just get that sent out somewhere properly. And the top half here, yeah, I don't like this being this giant empty space. Nah. It's a little silly, but it'll have to do. There you go. All that, and the elevator. Colors here make those golden as well, of course. Couple of neat little balconies. There we go. We can add more connections But if nothing else, now there's just also an easy sort of way to get in there when flying around with your hover pack. And internally it's through the elevator. There. Excellent. Now the Caterium, now the quick wire would then be shipped to somewhere along there. Now let's say the output comes in like through here. We can do some combining inside using a smart splitter and a priority merger. So smart splitter so that we have a place for the overflow, and then priority merger so it specifies, so it specifically wants it, prefers its own stuff, if you will. That way one will flow at maximum speed and be supplemented by the other one. And they still haven't actually drained all of these. Even though they should be being able to ship out, 1,200 a minute. Oh well. No, spiked here to like 82 million pieces per minute. Wow. That was enough for a coupon. Well, I guess these guys are doing their best. Okay, let's say we get the output out from, say, here. Then we can do a belt goes out, get a sort of wall support on this pillar. Goes here to the side, maybe a wall support on the side here. Or on top of this, then we'll either way. And then we build the next tech system here, because that one will be using the circuit boards. Now, 12 manufacturers for the high-speed connector, so we do either a tower that is 12 stories high, or 6 stories high and 2 manufacturers per level. Wait. No. 3 stories high with 3 manufacturers per level. Ow, wrong button. Let's try it again. I'll throw you all the way out there. Especially we find a blueprint designer that says, no, you can't build here, the surface is too uneven. Well, what if I turn you to a hologram first? Apparently that's fine. I'm like, oh, fine then. This time. Now, do that one just in case. So the hovercraft can keep on recovering, and under production we find the manufacturer. Now we can't actually fit... Wait, or can I? No, I can't. So we can't fit 3 of these on this thing anyway. Which is very, very tragic. Next question, can I fit 3 of these on top of each other? Maybe. So I got 2. I got 4. And I just... Oh well. Well, better late than never, I suppose. So we could do then... Yep. A bunch like this. Now, if y'all would be making the high-speed connectors. Now we're using the silicon high-speed connector recipe. So we need 3 inputs. All of them are being made. We just need to build the house, ship in the stuff. Stuff goes in, stuff goes out. Can't explain that. Huh. Nice. Bro. I'm tempted to put one of them in there. Very, very well then. That worked out way better than expected. Yep. Stuff comes in, stuff goes out. Magic. So that way we can also do some shenanigans with catwalks around it, which, you know, I like them catwalks. There's kink in the belt. That is very true, Zodiacs. That's what I'm trying aggressively to not look at it. So the problem is, they didn't want to align. So I would have to move. The manufacturer is right there. It's because the lift is all fucked. So you'd have to move by, what is that, 1 quarter of 1 quarter. build a wall over it for a tool depot. That would be one way to do it. Though, there is another. I just realized. Took me a while to remember, but it is doable. You see, we do this. Well, that's embarrassing. Start again. Stop. I think when they do that, like last minute, like, okay, everything's fine, okay, then, you know, to click the mouse, to click the button on the mouse, my hand moves just a tiny bit. And that's like, oh, alright, that was that then. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, shit. One more time. Now we come to the conclusion that, oh yes, we don't actually need all three now, do we? All we need is one single belt. So we get a splitter right there. Now we can remove that one. There. And there, the belt has been de-kinked. Only vanilla missionary for these belts from here on out. No more funny business. Now we can sleep tonight. Thank you. Like this. I've seen it, now I can't let it go. Yeah. I know the feeling. That's why I said that I was trying to not look at it. But I knew it was there. It haunts me. Now and forever. And I kind of want to put a catwalk thingy here just because I can. Where will the catwalk lead? Who knows? I don't. Well, there is one now. Because it fit in here perfectly. And ergo, it had to be done. Them's the rules. Yeah. I almost feel like putting a water railing like there. Because this plan can be used with one more all the way down here for these. But right now it's a 3-input one. And for like no real reason, I'm gonna put in the light control panel right there. There. Nice. Why? Because it looks nifty, that's why. Hey there, Iron Master. Hope you're doing well. We built a quickwire factory that makes insane amounts of quickwire. So fast that the belts can't really throw it away fast enough. The circuit board factory is working just fine. One wall is still completely open because I'm not sure what all we're doing here. We are currently producing a grand total of 260 minutes. We're not at full speed because it should be able to produce 300. Every now and then it gets a little kick. Now that thing's we need 34, not the 300. We'll be feeding into 12 of these. Could be better, frankly. Oh no! Haven't started full work on my next project in Satisfactory, but I got it planned out. Nice. I'm winging it as I go. Build it like a bird. Just wing it. Actual large-scale logistics. Nice. Actual trains. I love trains. Trains are friend. Trains are life. Trains are love. Now, kind of feel like just putting a bunch of these. Then it's like really tall tower. But I might as well then have that machine make more than just these. So whoever else was using the circuit boards, the computers, they don't use the high-speed connectors. And the quickwire and the plastic goes into the AI limiters. And the AI limiters are needed for crystal oscillators, among other things. Motors, heavy frames, and quickwire, and aluminum casing. Also realize, unfortunately, that since my product is using as much oil as it's going to, that means I need to buy product handling. Yeah. Well, the byproduct is, just turn it into fuel, burn it. If you can't, sink it. Burn what you can, sink the rest. On the byproduct handling alone, I mathed out if I bring some sulfur up, I can use the turbo blend fuel. That is pretty handy. I think we can just dupe those and we'll figure out how they all connect together. Like at a later point in time. And with these, yeah, we'll just have a bunch of these next to each other. It'll be fine. Yeah, 1, 2 is 4. Oh wait, yeah, quick. Before we get too lost here. Before we forget what else is important. We need to put in some beams. Eight into 12, there we go. I'll allow it. Now then we'll connect those to something else. Alright. And it is the... frick is that? Oh, it's probably some kind of Christmas thing that shoots out snow. And you are 2x manual with 3x inputs. Save the blueprint. We cleared the designer. Now from just that, I seem to have made this plan just outright self-sustaining power-wise. Nice. Just give my facility great independence. I did regular fuel, I'm gonna skip turbo until I can unlock rocket fuel. Understandable choice. I'm wanting to bring water up as high as I'll be going for this, so I won't be making rocket fuel. With alternative recipe, you don't need the water, just straight nitrogen. I don't know the coal, that's a problem. Nitro rocket fuel does require coal, so it's the recipe. The recipe is not an option, and the furthest I can do is turbo fuel because it condenses the byproduct down the best. Issue is even with the turbo fuel, that still mandates some 18 generators by the modeler's math for burning it all of it. Oof. I'm assuming that is with shards. There we can go. Now, how big was the thing we just made? Alright, so look at you here. You are 5 and then some. 5 point something, so do one more set of 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Put in three more for a nice 12. Check out our blueprints, find the triple input and work with that. Ooh, perfect. There. Without shard, it's without it 45. Ooh, that is... yeah, that's a big field, I guess. I'll need to, though, actually figure out the train signal. I got the station layout planned and the trains will go, but not the actual signaling to prevent collision. Yeah, depending on the complexity of the system you make, that's... I mean, it shouldn't really be that big of an issue, but it can be. So practice makes perfect. I play, just build it, then start playing around. But the block signal will only allow... becomes green if it's there's no train between it and the next one. The path signal remains red until a train comes and asks it pretty much, like, can I go all the way? Then it's, if it can, then it gets green lights and it goes whatever. So like inside crossings, path signals. Down straight ones, I'm using blocks just because. And when exiting a path, you'll have a block signal. Now these are all paths because it goes from, it is a complex crossing pretty much. It'll be sort of just wait for 2 trains to go one way and wait for one to go to the other. All of them need to face the same direction, but the easing train comes from another direction entirely. Yeah, well I like having then. That's why I like having 2 lanes. Right hand traffic for the win. I mean, like a single, like a monorail kind of thing. The train goes back and forth. That's kind of stuff that always backfires for me. Alright. Alright, random power line from there to there. Recipe is the silica high-speed connector. Three-station inline input coming in, but the output from each line curves inwards onto the outbound rail. Yeah. If you can have the curving one, make sure your outbound rail doesn't cross your incoming ones. That'll make life a lot easier. Because every crossing that can then sort of like exponentially slow down the entire network very aggressively. I'm thinking, do I go sideways or up? And I'm now thinking like, you know what, I think I might want to go up because we wanted 12. We could have one on the opposite side, but no, we're gonna try to continue doing like tall buildings. Yeah, Caterium will still need, you know, corner pillars. One, two, three, four, 5. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Now they from the left to right for trains coming from the right, and for the one coming from the left, it'll need to come in from the left and then leave from the left, which by the tower low rail I'm handled. Nice. So at least a plan for the import side, but I do need to set up the export side. Plan requires actually a concerning amount of casings, 780 plus. Yep. And Do little details. We do this, we do that. There we go. I have a feeling that we could probably pull off putting like an elevator like in the other ones, but here the elevator would be along here, and it doesn't actually stop at the like floor, but it exits straight onto the catwalk. I think that could be a pretty cool setup. Yeah. My due diligence, this facility will get me the remaining building supplies needed for Phase 4. RCUs, turbo motors, fused frames, supercomputers, and cooling devices. And now it's weekend time. Okay, congratulations on the weekend, Knapsor. And you are quite right. By God, I've been over 8 hours. It's almost 7 o'clock. Well, I have these guys set up now. Let's give them the recipes quickly. And there we go. So that being the gilded sort of Caterium facility is fine. I think, yeah, we're gonna follow the fruit theme for this one as well, because it's part of the Fruit Computers complex. This here makes just the high-speed connectors. We have an elevator on this one as well to deliver power between the levels. Might as well have a quick look-see before we call it. We check out under transport, we find the personal elevator. Well, I mean, technically we could do it that way, but I'd rather not. Oh, and even better. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so you would be facing that way. Yep. You see, this way the power comes into the lowest floor from, here. And the other future, the higher stops will be facing the correct way. And they give the actual power to the actual facility, the actual machines. Damn it. But we do also need to do that, don't we? Let's have a quick architecture frame foundation. There we go. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because again, the elevator needs to have at least roof access. And who knows, maybe then these will then be part of a larger complex that does more than just the one thing. We're gonna find out soon enough. Will my elevator idea work? We'd have to find out. It is freaking mandatory. The personnel elevator. It goes all the way to the highest point. And the floor stops. Mildly off center, but I don't think it'll be a problem. That would be a problem, but... See if we can do that instead. Okay. The idea works. Now this is very much not important and not something I was supposed to be doing, but here we are. Making beam sports. You know, they need little shoes for their tiny little footsies. Oh, my sweet delicate beams. How were they? Oh, they standing all day long like that. There we go. We can do that for now.
Thank you for exposing yourself to the soothing ambiance of a fix-it elevator today. I hope you feel refreshed.
Well, thank you, elevator. I do. Alright, so that we got the core concept for the manufacturers done and the blueprint. In doing so, I feel silly for not having done this before. But then I guess that's because all these used to be like in a manifold in the previous factories. So that is a very clean way to get all the inputs. But you can't do a number for the button icons. That is very true. But when you look at them though, it says, oh, that is very true. Stop 0 or 8 meters. You can! Stop 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that is true, I guess. So if you have a giant mega factory with all kinds of stuff in the different ones, you can then change your button icons. But apparently, no numbers. But you can at least say, like, name them. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. You know? That's nice. We got a lot done today, though. So the circuit boards are circuiting away, being producing crazy amounts. We do need to improve our quartz delivery. I think we got two trains at least. Actually, 3 trains bringing quartz, and that's not enough. So we need 1 more dedicated quartz train, and maybe some other solutions. So that thing is going through a hell of a lot of quartz, and we're just not delivering them fast enough. And then we need to make more plastic and oil and rubber and stuff. So we first finish the factory for everything that is not using plastic and rubber. And in fact, we'll build all the factories here first. Then we'll build the plastic and rubber stuff and ship them over. So that once this place gets its all the required inputs, you can just immediately start working as fast as possible. Rubber, quick wire circuit board. Needs at least 1 computer recipe, but we decided to do the crystal oscillator, so we need to make those here as well. And those also take 3 inputs. Wonderful. And they'll be also using the manufacturer as well. We made a fancy little blueprint for those, now didn't we? Maybe we'll let the building have like a... See, these make the high-speed ones, and then we'll have continued building a little bit that way, and have another set of these facing those, making other stuff. Yeah. But, my friends, that will be another day. Because I've been on for more than 8 hours. I need to go take care of myself. Feeling thirsty, weak. But happy with the progress we've made. And happy that I finally remembered that we have those freaking blueprint machines, so getting all of these refineries set up was so much faster. Similarly with the building over there and these guys. Thanks to the magic of their heckin' those blueprinting machines. Now this one needs, a ceiling. On the side. I'm considering putting up a converter on the ceiling, just because it would look neat. Like you would have a water sort of container up there. I'm happy with the grand chip circuit board opening. Yeah, these guys are making producing hard and producing fast. Wait, all the way to the top you have actually everything you need. Surely. Yeah, we're at 300. And the good thing is, so making a large facility like this and then shipping it all directly into a sink, we are getting closer and closer to that golden nut. I mean, frankly, once we get this one running and its output being also sent directly to a sink, I think it'll be 1 or 2 streams, and then we'll have those stuff. We might even have those coupons together. I mean, of course, we didn't make 400 in one. That is, no. I lost myself. But hopefully by next week. And as such, I'll be back day after tomorrow, I think. Because tomorrow, I need to have a day off. Spend some time with the family. IRL stuff. Need some decorations. Need to connect those to somewhere where it makes a little bit more like structural sense. A little more decorations there. Fix the corners. Do something to the roof. That looks a bit annoying, like boring when it's all flat like that. You'll put in one of those converters like we had for the Nuka Quantum facility. This one needs finishing up as well, and then we'll just keep on getting there. Ooh, they're finally like getting rid of all the of the quick wire there. So a lot of that quick wire will go into this facility, and then there's another one. So many points. So many points. But, like I said, time for me to save that game. Exit to the top of the desk. I'm sorry, Kim Stockholm. It's been 9 hours. It's time for me to change the scene to the end of streams. And find that song on those sweet dwarves who keep us going. The song of drink and industry. Not lurking. I'm sorry. Well, let us see who's about. So who's around and who's about, and where, my friends, where do we raid? So what are people doing? First, we'll again check the raid. Well, we just raided the Torkanaut not too long ago. Thank you for hanging out, Depot. Thank you, Kim Stockholm. Thank you, Mimex. Thank you, Zoriox. Thank you, Knapzor, Iron Masher, and everyone else here on the Twitch side. Thank you, Jamie, and everyone else on the YouTube side as well. Been lovely. I've had a fun day. Feels like we didn't move around too much, but in the end, we did get a lot done. The entire structure got built. Multiple factories are up and running at rather, with a lot of power, to be honest. So let's see. And, I know. Would you look at that? I know we raid him a lot. We're going to raid him again because we're going to go raid on out to Killadrix, who's playing Core Keeper with Trico. So, that is that sounds like an extremely delightful cooperation. And I'm certain there will be a most lovely stream over there as well. So I'm going to send you all over. And thank you, Soup Guy, for hanging out. So, I'll be back day after tomorrow. Same time, same content, same factory, and hopefully we'll get it kind of done. There's only a few more buildings left, really. We have it all, the math is done, and then we need to also, make sure we get the plastic and rubber input. And then we finally got 9 supercomputers in it. Alright, that'll be then. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. As I had, as always, a most wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a most delightful weekend. So, take it easy, take care of yourselves, get some rest. I'll be seeing you around, my friends. And, give my best to Killer. I don't have a raid message. I really need to learn to do those. I don't know, just good old Hunter raid, I guess. One of these days, I'll get my shit together and have it all set up. So, thank you again for hanging out, everyone. I'll be seeing you around. Stay awesome. Ta-ta.